Pinfinity presents Expo Lucha Virtual.
Welcome to Expo Lucha Virtual. We're so excited to be spending this time with you today. My name is Anita Castelar. I'm going to be hosting this mini segment of Expo Lucha and past, present, and future. We're going to talk everything about Expo Lucha and Lucha Libre. Founding father, Ruben Zamora, welcome to the panel. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
Good.
So, big part of the whole Expo Lucha reveal is, who are you guys? Yeah, like what are your roles? Ruben, you're the founding father. You are, founder CEO of Mass Republic, which is a parent company for Expo Lucha. And then Kevin, you are the president and COO for Mass Republic as well. The two of you are the dynamic duo behind everything. But what about Expo Lucha in general? Give us a little bit of history. How did it come to be? Why are we here today having a virtual event?
What I wanted to do with the Expo started back when I was a kid, the experience that I had going to the Olympic Auditorium with my dad in Los Angeles. And I've told the story before. We sat like in a second row or third row, right where the wrestlers came out. And I was able to see Tinieblas and Canek and be able to touch them when they came out to the ring and see their shiny capes. And, you could smell that cinnamon thing that they put on their bodies to kind of warm up their bodies. So as a kid, I was able to touch these heroes and superheroes of mine, because I've said before, I wasn't into Batman or Spider-Man. To me, it was the Lucha Libre luchadors. So being able to see them in real life and being able to touch them and, kind of smell them. And then fast forward, when I got to move to San Diego, I was going to the Auditorio de Tijuana with my uncle. And same thing, you're right up close with the wrestlers. You can touch them. You can feel the tape that, surrounds their wrists. And it's just the whole ambiance of being right there with them. So those experiences as a kid, when I had, growing up, I always was searching for those type of experiences and whatever I did. And it wasn't when I got back into Lucha Libre in college. And once I hooked up with Kevin, we would go to these expos in Mexico City, and it reminded me of when I was a kid. I had these experiences because all the wrestlers were there, and you can walk right up to their table, shake their hand, buy their products. So the core, the root of what Expo Lucha is trying to provide these experiences and these memories for kids like I was, back in the late 70s. and even now when I was going to these expos. So at the root of it is just being able to provide this unique experience that hopefully some kid, 40 years later, like I still remember those experiences, will be able to think back and say, man, that was really cool. I was able to be there and touch them and, shake their hand and talk to them. So at the root of what we're doing with the expo are those experiences that I shared. And I'm sure Kevin will go into some of his experiences. But
Kevin, what about you? What does the Expo Lucha mean to you?
Well, so I think first off, I echoed Ruben's sentiment in terms of once I went to Mexico City and I was able to participate in these Lucha Libre La Experiencia conventions. It was the first time I went, this is like a Comic-Con of Lucha Libre. All the promotions were there, represented. You can go to the different vendors, and it wasn't just the talent. There was vendors selling art and crafts, and it was a really cool experience. And so when Ruben said, I've always wanted to bring this to the United States, that was years before we actually did it. But it was always a great idea, I thought, in the back of my mind. And then a few years ago, when he said, okay, it's time, let's finally do this, for the most part in the day-to-day of Masked Republic, I kind of oversee our licensing and our IP entertainment development. And Ruben's always very supportive of my crazy ideas in directions I want to take the company in. So it sounded like a good thing to do and back his idea there. And I think that, there's so many different parts of what Expo Lucha Live is about. Obviously, today we're going to try to present some of that virtually. Yeah. But it is about, first off, we aren't going to do an Expo Lucha event that isn't representative truly of real, authentic Lucha Libre. So it's not going to ever be a bunch of local wrestlers and one or two luchadors on top of the show. It is going to be a place you can come and meet legends and all-stars and today's, most popular luchadors and luchadoras all in one place.
Right.
On top of that, you're going to get the live wrestling part of it, which is not your typical Lucha Libre show because we're bringing in talent from across the different Lucha Libre promotions, across the different promotions throughout the United States that wrestle a Lucha Libre style. And so you're getting these dream matches and you're getting these matches you're only going to see at a Expo Lucha event. And again, you'll experience some of that today throughout our program. But then on top of that, we really wanted to bring those Comic-Con or convention-like elements to Expo Lucha because you can go to a lot of Lucha shows these days and, maybe stick around after and get an autograph. But you're not somewhere where you're seeing the reveal of officially licensed merchandise. Right. You're not somewhere where there's all these great vendors who have, products that are related to Lucha Libre and Lucha culture. Like we have a vendor that we've been really lucky to have with us the last 2 years who does these custom bars of soap and luchador character soap, things like that. And so being able to bring together this entire unique experience that, we always say it's the largest Lucha Libre convention and the only one held outside of Mexico City. Right. And it really is true. There's no other experience like Expo Lucha. And so we're really excited to, in 2021, get back to being able to do it live and having those experiences.
Yeah, I think it's really unfortunate that this year, we had to go virtual, right? But it's really great that we were able to at least, get together virtually, get some great matches, great content. We're looking really forward to sharing all of that with everyone. We have some licensing announcements. We've got some really great content as far as matches. Why don't you guys go into some of the other points there?
I've always said since we started doing the expos, I'll put up our lineup and our matches up against anybody out there. So even now, I'll put our lineup that we had in Expo Lucha 1 in Vegas, our lineup, the matches we had in San Diego, up against anything that's out there. So for unique and incredible matchups with some of the greatest talent in the world, we definitely deliver. And it's not just one or two matches in the rest of it. There are no fillers here. It's all thrillers. No fillers. It's from, I think one of our dark matches, just to give you a hint, one of our dark matches was, what was it, Kevin, that we had in San Diego? It was like Rey Horus, Drago, Aerostar, and Septimo Dragon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 4 killers of the ring. And that was our dark match. That was our free match. Hey, let's just warm up the crowd. and from there it's just climbs up. So
it's really special.
Yeah, Kevin will be able to get into some of the details of what the matches you'll see right now, but I'm telling you, our lineups, nobody comes.
Matches you are going to see streaming today include Conan managing the Lucha Brothers, Penta 0M and Rey Fenix, against Selena De La Renta managing the team of Teddy Hart and Jack Evans. But that's not the only time you're going to see the Lucha Brothers today, because they are going to team with Mr. Aguila, who will team once again for the first time in nearly 20 years with former WWE manager Lita, Amy Dumas, who will be in their corner as they take on Brian Cage, Jack Evans, and TJ Perkins. Also, an incredible four-way, one of the most technical spectaculars we've ever had in the history of Expo Lucha. Rey Horus, Flamita, TJ Perkins, and Juventud Guerrera in a four-way war, plus trios action including Flamita, as Flamita, Laredo Kid, and Puma King tangle with three of SoCal's best in Adrian Quest, Jake Atlas, and Douglas James. Plus, in more trios action, Psychosis, Juventud Guerrera, and Taurus take on Teddy Hart, Davey Boy Smith Jr., and Brian Pillman Jr., at the time MLW's Hart Foundation. And if you stick around till later, you are going to get to see one of the most requested matches in the history of Expo Lucha, the Lucha Society X Gauntlet Rumble match, where more than a dozen wrestlers entered the ring Rumble style for an elimination gauntlet match that featured the likes of Ultimo Panda, Mr. Iguana, Disco Inferno, a trio of minis, Laredo Kid, Adrian Quest, Human Tornado, Black Taurus, and many more. That's all coming up today at Expo Lucha.
But let's get into something that's really unique and special, like we were talking about as far as community and having some of those con effects, right, which are a little bit different than other, events that you may have attended.
So we do have our cosplay contest, where our panel of luchadors are going to judge just from photos this time. Some of the best and most creative looks that have been submitted of fans in their Lucha Libre cosplay. We also have a custom figure contest, because while we are beyond excited about our boss fight figures that are coming out, and we've got a great presentation later today from Eric Arana of Boss Fight, updating everybody on the status of the current figures that are coming out, plus the reveal of some figures that we have not announced yet, so stay tuned for that. But there's a whole world of custom Lucha Libre figure creators and designers. And these aren't child's play. These are works of art, like
they're pretty good
quality level works of art. And there's not really ever been in the wrestling and Lucha Libre space kind of a public contest of, who are the best designers out there. And we thought it was really cool to let the luchadors themselves judge that, because really they are the subjects of these figures. There are, like I said, there are some amazing artists out there. I don't even know how they get such fine detail into such figures. So we look forward to kind of showing you guys some of those works today and revealing who won the contest. And then on top of that, we've decided to do a mask design contest. And this one's really fun because it's anybody of any age level, can enter. It is designed what your lucha mask would look like if you were going to have a professional lucha mask made. And the winner is actually going to get their concept developed and designed into an actual mask by a real Lucha Libre mask maker.
Wow, how much fun is that?
Yes. So if you're watching this now, it's too late to enter the Expo versions of these contests. But know that as we move forward and bring Expo Lucha hopefully to a city near you, these are the types of contests that will continue and that you can participate in at Expo Lucha events. And,
really just a shout out to our sponsors as well for, supporting the event and supporting past events and even more so in the future where, we hope to grow the event even further. Like you said, take this event straight to the fans, bring them to a city near you. So again, thank you for all the sponsorship opportunities, you guys. We really appreciate you guys supporting the contests and supporting the fans. So now that we talk about the future, right, we're talking about 2021, but what about the rest of the future, 2021 and beyond? So what are some hopes and aspirations, that you're wanting to enhance in Expo Lucha? Ruben, do you have some ideas on that?
So, these experiences that people are getting with the Expo, it's incredible. So we want to bring this to as many cities as we can. And look, there's a lot of room on the bus. So this is open to everybody.
As many vendors as we can, right? So that we can bring some more people into that.
Yeah, and we have some incredible vendors that will repeat. And I think it's just, we want to bring it to as many people as we can. And for those that we don't hit your city, we want them to be able to come to us. And look, it's a great experience for the whole family. But what I want to see for 2021 and beyond is just be able to just take this all over. Wherever there's friends and fans of Lucha Libre that want a unique experience and a unique convention with our vendors, with our sponsors, with our wrestlers, we want to go to you.
So, but tickets are back on sale, right? For Philadelphia for June 2021?
Yep. As of this weekend right now. So most of the people that bought tickets before have kept those tickets. There's very limited VIP tickets left. A few were released because, coronavirus and people's plans changing. So there are a few VIP tickets if people go, but the general admission tickets are now open. If you want to attend, whether it's just the convention part or the wrestling or all of it combined, head over to our site, expolucha.com, and jump in. Now, there's a big difference with doing the show in Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena than when we did it in Las Vegas or when we did it in San Diego, and where we're going to take it to the future. Because we are bringing Expo Lucha to the 2300 Arena because of its historical significance, it is a very small building. Yeah. We are going to be able to put less than 1,000 people in there, especially as we await, future coronavirus guidelines. Yeah. So I am extremely confident that this is actually going to sell out in advance. So if you guys are ready to make plans to attend and join us, then head over to expolucha.com and grab those tickets because I don't expect any to be left come next year.
With that, we're coming to a close. We cannot wait to share the rest of the programming with you guys. Any last words?
Stay tuned to everything that we have coming up next year for 2021. We're hoping to hit more than a few cities. So check it out. Hope you enjoy this broadcast today.
Juventud Guerrera, but another one of those athletes who, much like a TJ Perkins, through so many ring wars, but you don't see the aging, you don't see the slowing down. Nope. Juventud Guerrera can still hang with anybody in this industry.
And as I was talking about Psychosis a little bit, one of the reasons Rey Mysterio is as famous as he is because of his battles, his wars, his biblical feuds with Juventud. Juventud, like it or not, is probably one of the reasons that Lucha Libre exists for smaller guys. He has fought the biggest of the biggest. He kicked my ass. So, he is who he is.
Yeah, it's another one of those cases where, okay, in that day, in that era, the attention, the star shone very bright on Rey Mysterio Jr. Well,
I really want to say thank you to all of you juicy people in San Diego, baby! Arriba la raza!
But he's a jabroni. I just...
So many juicy people here.
It is a pleasure to be in the ring with four of the most athletic and amazing, and also juicy guys in the
Counting
business.
himself.
Give it up for them.
I don't think he's talking about the ref. But
before we start, I would like to say something. Finally, the juice has come back to San Diego, baby.
I mean, you got to be a marker for stealing the greatest wrestling
Let's
lines
get
of all
juicy.
time from one of the biggest stars in the history of the sport.
Let's get juicy.
I'm doing my job as a heel commentator right now.
Why can't you get juicy, Vamp?
Because he's a goof, man. What do you want me to tell you?
Thank you for clarifying that you're doing your job.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
There's only one guy I hate more than Matt Stryker.
Is it Hoovy?
No, it's the guy that Matt Stryker sees when he looks in the mirror. But I'm not a fan of Juventudes either.
Well, I'm a fan of this matchup because you
Yeah.
have 4 very evenly matched athletes in terms of physicality, in terms of experience, in terms of age, and man, we're going to see. It's truly going to be a test. This is probably going to be the fastest-paced, most action-packed matchup we've seen all weekend.
Yep, and we're going to see Juventud put himself over. I'm kidding, man. Juventud is one of the best of all times in Lucha Libre. Even though I'm jobbing him out like that, that's because I'm his friend and I can do that.
But, I mean, to finish my point before Hoovy started talking, it's one of those things where Ray got the spotlight, but if Hoovy had come along and Psychosis had come along in any other era, they'd be without peer.
Yeah. But Hoovy, I mean, he's been around, close to 20-something years? Hasn't slowed down a bit, man. He can still go better than most of the new guys coming up.
Probably the better part of 30 years at this point.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? One time when Juventud was, I think he was like, I don't know, 8 or 9, just a kid. And his dad brought him to the dressing room. I gave Juventud my leather jacket.
Yeah?
Yep, one of my Vampiro jackets from Los Angeles that was all studded up and painted out. Because he was a fan, man, and we've been friends ever since.
That's very cool to see. And it's very cool to see the speed that Flamita brings to the table. As he and TJP back and forth. Hurricane Rana, nicely done. Man, this is my first time seeing Flamita live and in person.
Oh, he's a star, dude.
Yeah, I'm just taken aback by this perpetual motion he brings to the table. And certainly it's one of those cases, kind of like the parallels of Hoovy and Ray, but Bandito gets all the press in America as far as these two athletes go and the tag team, but Flamita showing me he's just as good as his longtime tag team partner, if not better.
Yep, and I believe that we're looking at 2 of the greatest in the world right now.
Without question. Ray Oris matching strike for strike, move for move. Great hang time on that modified drop kick. And TJ Perkins back in there. TJ's another guy who I don't know if I've ever seen him look in better shape. He's the first WWE Cruiserweight champion of this incarnation. He was an X Division champion and has done so much to just bring his own style, his own flavor to everything he's done.
Yep, and they also say he can paint better than Vincent Van Gogh.
Is that true?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And Octopus hold by TJ Perkins. Submission attempt here. As I understand it, this is one fall. So if TJ Perkins gets a submission out of this.
Oh, geez, he's got that on tight, man.
Yeah. And center of the ring, nowhere to go. And Juventud, that's the disadvantage. You're a sitting duck when you have that hold applied.
Yeah, I don't know why he's wearing golf gloves that are 10 times too big for his hands, but yeah, maybe he's got skin problems today. The air is not that moist here in San Diego.
Perhaps to protect his hands for these chops that he's going to be dishing out. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Getting inside the mind of Juventud seems like a very scary proposition.
I think he spent time at the Neverland Ranch with Michael Jackson, so that might explain things.
Interesting.
Yes, that's the rumor. Nice kick to the mush.
Yeah.
That little motherfucker. You know what? He hit me so hard one time in Italy, I couldn't breathe for like a week. I was like, what the fuck are you doing that for, man?
Hoovy into the cover. So a deceptively strong striker.
Very strong. And he also beat me with the Michinoku, Dr. Wagner, Vampiro, Juventud, Guerrero driver.
Okay.
He almost put my head through the mat. And I was like, damn, this kid can go. Oh. Nice.
Measure TJP. TJP hit the ground head first. His legs were elevated. Couldn't do anything to shield that impact. TJP just barely slides that left shoulder up. In a match like this, do you think it's more wise to go full throttle offensively, or should you hang out on the outside and pick your opening?
I think it's going to be wise if these other guys fire up and get Juvi out of here. This is not the Juventud Guerrera show.
Fair enough. Perhaps letting him tire himself out and then capitalizing later.
Exactly. Meaning, I'm only making fun of Juvi because we're friends. But he's got to be smarter. Forget about the applause. Get out. You're obviously the vet here. Take your time. Let these guys kick their asses. And when you see the opening, go for the victory. But that's just me.
You can see the focus on the face of TJ Perkins. Great to see him at his first Expo Lucha.
What's interesting here is TJ is the only one without a mask.
Yes. But certainly no stranger to wearing a mask. And look at this. He's got the step over toe hold on Orlis. He had the stretch on Flamita. And now Juventud.
Juvi chopped him right in the throat.
I noticed TJP hangs on to that toe hold of Orlis, so every time TJP drops down from the chop, it sends a jolt of pain up Orlis.
Yeah, he's going to rip his ligaments right off his knee if he keeps it up.
Ducks that time.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Northern Lights could have broken the leg of Orlis and almost pinned Juvi in the process. Flamita the save.
Wow. I'm impressed. Great match. I'm sure Kevin's going to bust my balls because I'm jobbing on Juvi so much when he hears the edit on this. But you know what? That's why I'm here. Flamita's got to put a little bit more pepper on those chops.
Yeah.
That was kind of dainty.
Especially with somebody who has the history of so many rough battles as Juventud does. Flamita's trapped. And Juvi just baited Orlis in, sidestepped him. Flamita gets the brunt of it.
Wow. Look at the power.
Orlis trying to counter up, got the knee that time.
Smart.
And Juventud, sunset flip, the suplex gets snapped off, and Juventud.
That was incredible.
Juventud wasn't able to keep a grasp on Flamita, though, to try to get the cover.
But still, it was an awesome offensive move.
Oh, without a doubt. Juventud's playing his opponents against one another, and now a TDT flatliner combo.
I mean, there's the experience of Juventud. You know what I mean? To be able to do that much at this stage in the game at that speed with these guys, that just goes to show you how talented he is.
And TJP far away, look in his eyes. This could be all. Orlos, of course, not trying to save TJP, trying to protect his own interests in this matchup.
Doesn't that referee look like the dude from The Hills Have Eyes?
He's certainly got a bit of a unique aura about him, doesn't he?
I think so. You can tell where my mind is at right now.
Your mind is a little bit everywhere, but that's why we appreciate you.
Yes.
You look at things from all sides. And TJP wants in the fight.
I mean, if you push somebody and you're in a fight, throw the first punch. Don't push.
Yeah. I think that was a bit of a gut-checked attempt there, like I dare you to knock me down with one of your chops, and it was Otis who ended up getting knocked down.
Yes, he was.
And how about this for strange bedfellows here? TJP and Juventud working together, at least for a moment.
Incredible match. Back and forth all over the place. And these guys are not tiring out. The fans, don't mistake the silence for the awe of the fans appreciating the athleticism of these professionals.
And with these bodies flying all over the place, you can see why these alliances do not last long. In environments like this, Horus, multiple revolutions, Flamita taking over.
I want you to be completely honest with me right now. I got to ask you something, and you got to answer truthfully.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God.
Damn.
Horus gets some distance, leaped right over the post. I don't even know if he touched the corner.
It's about 500 times more fun and cooler working with me than it is Matt Stryker, isn't it?
Absolutely.
There you go. Matt, I'm just kidding. Don't be a bitch and start messaging me later.
Flamita pinned in the ring. Wait a minute here. This match could end in the ring.
Nice. Juvi, smart. This is Juvi's specialty. All right, everybody had to shine. Juvi took one out. Watch, methodically, he's going to let these guys kick their asses. He'll come in when it's the right time, and he'll take control. I know him like the back of my hand.
Oh, TJP got tripped up and swinging through again here in the 619. Flamita has TJP prone. 450. Is this going to be all? 2. Juvi picked a spot.
Who called it?
That's why you're here. That's why you are who you are. That's why you're here at Expo Lucha year after year. Flamita and Juventud back and forth, those chops again, tearing one another to top the other.
I am who I am because of a misspent youth.
Oh, that too. And Juvi got the DDT, beautifully done.
Nice. But Juvi, forget about the crowd and your selfies and all the other bullshit. You got a guy down. Go for the victory.
But keep in mind, TJP's still in the ring. He would interrupt it. Juvi's got to divide and conquer here. You got to take out 3 guys at once.
Yeah, look at his agility and his speed. You know, for a guy who's been beat up as much as he has, he's still going, man.
Looked like Horless fell from the heavens that time with a crossbody.
Wow. Ooh, come on, kid. Go for the win.
Flamita is out on his feet. Could Horless finish him? Flamita was waiting. Amazing adjustment. Juvi powers his way out. Juvi driver. Got it. Stacks him up, and Juvi picks up the victory.
Jeez, who called it there was going to be the Juvi show at the beginning?
You were all over this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, the Juice, Juventud, Guerrera!
Well, your history with Juventud, Vamp, allowed you to scout his strategy perfectly, and his personality may be a bit much for you, but at the end of the day, he got it done between those ropes. I can say good things about Flamita, TJP, and Rey Horless all day long. You've talked about what Rey Horless means to you and how you see him as a top 5 luchador, but it was Juventud Guerrera, that veteran instinct, that 3 decades to pro, came out on top here tonight as TJP just realizing that he was bested here tonight. And again, you talk about that tradition, throwing that money in the ring. You talk about how these fans were in awe as they watched on in stunned silence. There's the example right there as far as what this meant to all of these fans.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. You know what? All joking aside, and maybe I did my job a little bit too enthusiastically, jobbing out Juvi for 30 minutes, but it all came from the heart. But joking aside, we've just seen 4 of the best luchadors in the planet, and it was just awesome.
Hey, this is James Zahn, senior editor of the Pop Insider and the Toy Book. Really excited to be here today at Expo Lucha Virtual, where I'm about to talk with Mass Republic's president and chief operating officer, Kevin Kleinrock, about some of the awesome licensed products that have come out in the past 12 months or so. So there's a ton of licensing going on with Mass Republic and Legends of Lucha Libre. And I mean, we're thinking about we're going to drop some new things later in this discussion. But the past 12 months have been awesome. So why don't we just kind of recap what's happened over the past year since Lucha Expo San Diego?
Yeah. So that's one of the things that, amongst the many things that sucked about having to postpone this year's Expo Lucha that was supposed to take place in Philadelphia this past August, and now is going to take place in Philadelphia next June. But San Diego, it really felt even much bigger than the first year in Las Vegas. But this was our San Diego Comic-Con. This was Mass Republic's licensing bonanza of all of these new partners and new products that we were able to kind of bring forth either in preview or actually release at Expo Lucha. So I think, some of the highlights from Expo Lucha that have now trickled across our fan base, like Pix Bricks, Puzzle Bricks was one of the first ones, which was really cool. It's these building blocks, STEM, kind of certified building blocks, and fans can build Penta and Phoenix and Solar and the Mass Republic logo mask, both in kind of 2D and 3D form. So those are a lot of fun. And they just the Pix Bricks kind of universe overall, you can get all these different sets, build a wrestler. One of the coolest things was they built this a ring that you can display your luchadors in, just from the regular Pix Brick. So that was really cool.
This is one of those cool things too that like kids and families can do together. Like parents are into it, kids are into it, and then they spend time. It's like a bonding activity. There's a little bit of learning to it, but at the end of the day, it's fun, and it's kind of bringing what they're seeing is bringing their heroes onto the table.
Absolutely. And what we were going to do in Philadelphia, and we'll still do it next year in Philadelphia, is we're going to do a Pix Brick speed building contest. So, nice. If you plan on being in Philadelphia next year, which we hope all of you do, but pick up a Pix Brick set now, figure out how to build Penta or Phoenix or Solar as fast as you can, and maybe enter our contest next year and see if you can build it faster than everybody else.
You get some time. You get some time to do it.
Yes,
you can certainly TikTok it or something. Yes. Maybe you need to make it start doing like a challenge ahead of time. Start sending in those videos. Really up the ante here.
Yeah, and also what we debuted last year at Expo, we had our Under Wraps Halloween costumes, and I was super excited for this because one of the kind of value propositions, if you want to put it that way, but of luchadors working with Masked Republic and working with Legends of Lucha Libre is bringing them opportunities that in the past, unless you were a contracted like WWE wrestler, you weren't getting. And so to be able to enter the costume category with Penta and Rey Mysterio. Now, Rey had obviously been there from WWE. Mm-hmm. He's had costumes out for years, but for Penta, this was a first. And so we released the full muscle suit with full sleeves of tattoos and with his mask. And you also were able to get mask-only versions of Penta, Rey, Conan, and Solar. And so those are still available on Amazon. Obviously, Halloween this year, maybe not going exactly.
It's a little, it's a little bit of a weird thing this year, but people are still dressing up, and there's no reason that dressing up as your favorite luchador doesn't have to be Halloween.
That's exactly
year round.
100%. Yeah. So we've seen some great. It's funny because we'll talk about it in a little bit, but when Chris Jericho had his Jericho Cruise this past year, Metal Joe from Hot Topic actually bought the Penta costume and went dressed as Penta on the Jericho Cruise. And so, if it's cool enough for Metal Joe, it's cool enough for you to wear all year round. So
there you go.
Yeah. So you can get that on our Amazon site, Amazon.com/MaskedRepublic. We kind of curate a lot of what's available, not directly from us, but through, our licensing partners. So certain things that they are available on Amazon, you can find the easiest way to get to them through our Amazon shop page. So
something kind of a little bit different too than like traditional merch, but you did like prepaid debit cards.
Yes, we did. And I think for a lot of my generation, we grew up being advertised those WCW credit cards. And so when this opportunity came along to put Penta, Phoenix, Solar, Tiny Ablos Jr. On debit cards, I thought that was really cool. And even as someone who I think, I certainly went through a period where I was finding prepaid debit cards to be the easiest way to kind of handle some of my finances, and also for kids, it's really nice and convenient sometimes, so they don't have a credit card that you have to worry about, but you're giving them some spending limits and stuff. I know that with a lot of the prepaid cards, including these, sometimes you can put your payroll on it, and you get paid a day or two quicker than if you're using a traditional kind of get the pay to your bank. So it's been a great service with card.com, and those are still available now. Just go to card.com and you can find ours next to Hello Kitty and the NFL and a lot of great brands on there. So yes, definitely, if you are in the market for a prepaid debit card, card.com and the Legends of Lucha Libre cards are awesome. Plus they just make cool, like they are actual physical debit cards that show up in the mail. So I've got an awesome Penta one in my wallet. They're just cool collector's items anyway.
Yeah, whip them out. People tend to comment on different things when you have those. And then, of course, too, when they're empty, your kids might want to play with them. I've seen that happen with different collectible cards and stuff. So that's cool. There's definitely different ways to use these things that kind of fall out of the scope of what people might traditionally think of with like a prepaid card. So that's actually a really cool idea to do that.
And I think it's funny. one of the other items that we debuted last year at Expo also remains kind of useful after its time and purpose has been served, and that was our Legends of Lucha Libre calendar. It's a 2020 calendar, so 2020 is almost over. However, with the amazing photography from a number of the top Lucha Libre photographers with whom we work, and dates filled with Lucha Libre facts and history and wrestlers' debuts, wrestlers' birthdays, wrestlers, the anniversary of certain wrestlers passing. It's just a really fun, fact-filled calendar. So even when the year's over, you've got great posters for your wall. You've got a great kind of history lesson and book. So actually don't know if those are still available right now. I know that it's sold out all the places, but
now I know COVID has really messed up this year just in general. We're here because of COVID. And I know you guys had a plan to do a big 2021 calendar,
we did,
but the absence of live events this year kind of put the foot down on that.
Actually, yeah. So I think really what it was more of the absence of printers for the calendar company. We're sellers, great, fantastic calendar company. You go to the mall and go to the calendar, whatever.
Yep.
A big portion of the calendars are theirs. So we actually, we produced on our end the entire 2021 calendar, all the photography, all the dates, all the facts, everything. And unfortunately, due to COVID, that is not coming out. So we'll find out. Maybe it means that there'll be a 2022 calendar, maybe not. But definitely, if you can find that 2020 calendar, pick it up before it's gone, because it will be, like I said, even without the dates, you've got kind of 12, 13 really cool mini posters for your wall. So with some really top-notch photography.
Right on. The big one, and this is something that I've seen unfolding because I do so much on the toy side of things and the pop culture end. We have to mention our friends at Boss Fight Studio. And that is something that if you're into this stuff, those figures are coming out. You've been waiting for them. You've seen them go through the prototype form. And I think we first talked about this like summer of 2019. And then we saw the prototypes at Toy Fair New York back in February. And then we've gradually seen the rollout of the different sculpts and the 3D renders. And it's all been awesome. And Boss Fight is going to have a panel here. Yes. So right here at Expo Lucha Virtual, there's going to be a Boss Fight panel later. So we don't want to steal too much of their thunder.
Oh, I can't even, I'm here now, and I have other segments that I'm producing today, but I'm most excited about getting to watch that later, because the preview images I've seen of what they're going to show, like I was telling, Ruben Zamora, my business partner here in Mass Republic, like I already know what my Facebook header and my cell phone background are going to be after these announcements today. Like, such awesome stuff coming.
So we've seen Penta.
Yep.
We've seen Rey Fenix.
Yep.
We've seen some of those accessory kits that are coming, which there's this whole element too, and it'll be exciting once people have this stuff in their hands. But toy photography is such a big thing right now, or some people just run it together and it's toyography. So once this stuff starts getting into fans' hands, we're going to see some really awesome photography coming out in the months ahead as folks take these accessory packs, take their favorite wrestlers, put them together, and start rolling out their own scenes. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
And the thing that's really great as a fan and as a collector these days is that even though, Boss Fight is doing Legends of Lucha Libre and Super 7 is doing New Japan, and then these other kind of one-offs like the Major Brothers, and obviously Mattel is doing WWE, everything is virtually on the same scale, give or take a tiny, tiny bit. And so fans are going to be able to, and the figure photographers are going to be able to do these amazing kind of dream matches and dream photography, and these accessories are going to pretty much be universal across all of those lines. So
100%,
we might be coming out with a dog collar chain set as part of this, But I know there's an AEW dog collar chain match going down on TV relatively soon, and if figure photographers and fans want to use the dog collar chain to stage their own AEW related dog collar chain matches, then they're going to be able to do that with these accessories.
And it cross pollinates. I mean, you're going to see people using the legends with their G.I. Joe classified figures.
Yep.
And all of this stuff. And I mean, some of that, there's a lineage with that. You think of like Sergeant Slaughter and all of that we played with 35 years ago or so. And now kids are going to get to do that too, where they're cross-pollinating their 6-inch scale figures, which is fantastic. So Boss Fight's going to be rolling out some stuff.
Yeah, I might have a few of these 6-inch G.I. Joes coming my way as well. So, I'm looking forward to having, Cobra Commander on the shelf next to Penta. So I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I've got a few possibly within a few feet of me right now. So they're around. But I want to shift off of the figures before we start saying things we're not allowed to say. But outside of Legends of Lucha Libre, there have been announcements that Lucha Brothers clothing line. There was a lot of direct-to-consumer stuff that kind of launched that line.
Yep.
And so what's going on now? What are we going to expect to see here?
Oh, timing on that one. So, it's we're 75, 80% to where we wanted to be. So last year when we launched Lucha Brothers brand, the idea was to do a number of direct-to-consumer drops and then see if we pick the interest of anybody in the retail space. And we have, which is fantastic. And awesome. So we have signed a deal for Lucha Brothers brand, but we don't have any more information that we can share and or don't have any solid information on next steps yet. But I will tell you that there will be more Lucha Brothers brand and hopefully some pretty high profile Lucha Brothers brand apparel in 2021.
Awesome. Kind of firing on all cylinders here. Publishing, comic books, the Luchaverse, Masked Republic Luchaverse. Last year at San Diego, you did a trade paperback that was the complete one-shots. What's going on there? We got more comics coming out or what?
Yeah, so I guess similar to the strategy with Lucha Brothers, we have been, I would say, very strategic in how we planned on bringing forth the Luchaverse. And it was for us about getting those 5 one-shots out there, kind of establishing those 5 series or potential longer series, and then putting out this trade paperback, which to us, coming from the TV and film kind of side of things or the entertainment side of things, to us this trade was basically our TV pilot, right? But for the book world or for the entertainment world. And so it's been no secret, I think, that all along we've kind of envisioned the Luchaverse as something that would go from the page to the screen. And so we're continuing to kind of explore that direction. And there are definitely more comic books that will be on the way. We're talking about a few different approaches to that. But I would definitely say that, before the end of 2021, there will be much more happening with the Luchaverse, including printing. We have a few different options of how we want to pursue that in terms of the individual series, in terms of going with monthly stuff or going exclusively with trades and graphic novel presentation. So our partners over at Cheeto Comics, Ivan Plaza, we've been kind of strategizing that, and so definitely expect more from the Luchaverse in 2021.
Awesome. Now we got to sort of talk back to the COVID thing again, and it's been interesting all year. One thing we've covered a lot on the pop culture side and on even the toy side is faceware. And a lot of independent toy stores have an entire new category this year, which is they're selling faceware, masks, not quite PPE, but something to cover the faces and hopefully stop the spread of the coronavirus a little bit. And then we've seen that too in the licensing realm. Pretty much all the major licensors now are putting out, you want a Batman mask? Well, you can get one, that type of thing. Yep. You took a very interesting path towards doing this. Pro Wrestling Revolution, you partnered with them and you did the Lucha masks, which were lower face masks. Yep, that actually, I'm hoping you have one.
Yep, I have. So this is the
that are made, yes.
Fusion one. Yeah, that's it. So all credit to Gabe Ramirez over at Pro Wrestling Revolution and his mask maker in Guadalajara. So the whole thing that happened was, so one of the things that really separates Pro Wrestling Revolution from a lot of the independent wrestling groups out there, possibly in part because they're primarily a Lucha Libre group. But, I think that it goes kind of beyond that. But Gabe has always been really great with creating his own characters and giving his students from the Pro Wrestling Revolution Training Academy full, complete personas when they start working PWR shows. So he's designing top-of-the-line masks and gear and gimmicks. And then he's having this mask maker, gear maker in Guadalajara make these great professional outfits. So your first day out of Pro Wrestling Revolution Training Academy, and you're on a PWR show in the opening match, but you look like you've been around for 15, 20 years because you look like a pro. And when COVID hit, Gabe was hit with a really bad situation of they couldn't run the training school. They had like 40 live events throughout the year canceled because they normally work with the Oakland A's and all the local Major League sports teams. And they still had to pay the rent on their school, even though they weren't allowed to be running school there. And so he quickly came up with the idea of what if we tried to make out from the same Lucha mask materials, actual face covers. Like you said, no, they're not, N95.
Yeah, they're not medical grade, and none of these things you're going to get are. But
no, but they meet all your local state and city and county ordinances for wearing a face covering. And they've also during the pandemic allowed the wrestlers, because these are all officially licensed, to continue to make revenue, even though they didn't have live events, and even though they, yes, Penta and Phoenix have a nice, AEW contract and they've remained on TV, but a lot of the wrestlers, aren't in those positions. And there was even an LA Times article not that long ago about CMLL, main event CMLL wrestlers that had to kind of find side jobs and open restaurants, so it's been really great to help, PWR stay open, to help the wrestlers, and really talking again about things, hopefully we're not going to be in this COVID environment forever. And these are going to make great collector's items, much as, the regular masks are. These are great. We've got some people who have figured out with clothing hooks and different things how to display them in their homes. And so, but one of the things that we wanted to do special with Expo Lucha was that right now, today, we are surprised dropping a brand new Penta mask, a brand new Phoenix mask that you can get over at lucha-masks.com. I also think, at least as of earlier today, we still had a little bit of El Matematico in stock, the legendary luchador who has very little merchandise until now. And so we've got an officially licensed mask of his, already sold out once, coming back. And I think Lady Maravilla might have a few left as well. Our Conan is sold out. We even did a Disco Inferno that's sold out, and Black Taurus. So yes, definitely check out lucha-masks.com because we still are going to have to wear face covering for quite some time. And I think we're on this is now version number 5 or 6 of Penta and Phoenix, and all the others have sold out. So check those out. The new designs are really cool. And I guess that's one of the things I like is that there's so many different ways of doing these. Now they're printing different backgrounds with the, and you could see, you could see sort of like how layered these are, just like
they're impressive. When you put up the first batch a couple months ago, I was going through and I was shocked at how detailed they were. And then also they're not really that expensive. They're affordable. certainly there's certain characters and personas that you're going to pay a premium for, but it's not outrageous at all. And you're going to look a hell of a lot cooler when you're rolling up to the Walmart or the grocery store or whatever, rocking a mask.
Yeah,
like
I've gotten quite a few compliments on some of them. I think I scared a few people too, but definitely got a few compliments on them. So yeah, so that's been really cool. Yeah, okay.
We could, kind of shifting gears towards more things you can wear, more apparel. You were working with, you mentioned your buddy at Hot Topic earlier and the Jericho Cruise. So you started rolling out some Masked Republic apparel through Hot Topic's website. And I've been hearing rumblings that if you're going to a mall, you might be able to find some stuff in the physical stores here, maybe by the end of the year.
That's the hope. Yeah. So, for me, this is a super exciting deal because, when I did Wrestling Society X on MTV 12, 13 years ago now, whatever it was, like, to me, I was like, all right, got this, pop culture TV show, and we're going to get shirts in Hot Topic, and this is going to be great. And it didn't last that long. So it never made it into Hot Topic. And so, once Ruben and I launched the Legends of Lucha Libre brand a few years back, it's been one of our goals is to, there is no better place for grabbing kind of pop culture wrestling t-shirts than Hot Topic. And, for us, Lucha Libre it's everything that is, pop culture and wrestling and should be in Hot Topic. And so finally it fell on the right ears, and we were able to launch quite a few shirts on the website just about a month ago. And there's probably 5 or 6 more designs that are still to come to the website.
Nice.
And I guess we can break some news here. There will be eventually a Taya Valkyrie design. There will be a Lady Maravilla design. There will be a number of other designs coming to the website, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I actually just talked back with Joe the other day, and it sounds like hopefully by the end of 2021, you will be able to head to an actual Hot Topic store and pick up a Penta or Phoenix or Lucha Brothers shirt. And so we will obviously share when that happens. And but yeah, so really, really excited that we'll be able to have our brand in there next to WWE, New Japan, AEW. So super exciting.
Nice. And what about stuff that you can wear on other parts of your body?
Yes. So and this one's kind of a funny roundabout story. So we started doing some exclusive merchandise through our Lucha Central shop that's associated with our Lucha Central website. And we ended up coming up with a deal for socks. For your, socks are super hot right now. There are entire stores all now of socks. And we've been wanting to do a sock deal, and it was just a matter of finding the right deal, the right place. And so we ended up meeting a company called Tribe Socks, originally because we were thinking about bringing socks into the Lucha Central shop. Turns out Tribe Socks also has the ability to put product on HotTopic.com. So very soon we will be launching footwear with HotTopic.com as well. And it's going to be, we're bringing the Lucha Brothers, Penta, and Phoenix socks. We're bringing some really cool Masked Republic logo socks, also our Dia de los Muertos logo that Cubito Gráfico in Mexico designed for us. We are bringing back our popular Ruda brand and Ruda socks. And we are also launching a sock for, I guess later we'll be talking about some brand new names that are joining the Legends of Lucha Libre lineup. But Brazilian luchadora, who you've seen maybe in AEW recently, Christy Janes, is joining our lineup, and she will have a pair of socks in HotTopic.com soon as well, too. So looking forward to that, because I think custom personalized lucha socks are pretty cool.
Right on. And even more merch. This was kind of interesting because another category that has been really hot the last year has been enamel pins. And You and I, and maybe folks don't realize this, but we're active in different platforms, and one of which is LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
And I see this next company all over LinkedIn, and it's called Pinfinity. And they have a product line called Pinfinity AR, and I'll let you tell a little bit more about what you're doing with it in a second. But they have been so prevalent on the LinkedIn platform in connecting with different licensors over the past maybe 6 to 8 months or so. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how Masked Republic and Pinfinity are going to get together here?
Well, it's funny because I think that's how I linked up with them, was on LinkedIn. Sometimes the deals pursue us, and sometimes we pursue the deals. And a lot of times when I decide to pursue a deal, it's because I see a new product category or something I think is really cool, and it hasn't been done for wrestling before. And I'll just be straight up honest. If I can beat WWE into a product category, I'm heading that way. And so when I saw that Pinfinity was doing, and like you said, enamel pins over the last probably I'd say 3 to 4 years have become super, super hot. And we've done a ton of pins with Lapel Yeah, who does a number of wrestling related pins and brands. But when we were doing our Lucha Loot subscription crate a few years back, we were doing a pin of the month. We also had a separate kind of pin of the month only club. And so we did a lot in the pin space. And there's so many cool different ways to do lapel pins. But these guys changed the whole game. So the whole thing with Pinfinity AR is it's a badass pin in and of itself. But when you scan the pin with your Pinfinity app, you unlock incredible bonus content. So the two that we have out right now are Penta and Phoenix. And so when you scan the pin within the mask on the pin, you get an entire highlight video of Penta and Phoenix wrestling. And on top of that, you can unlock screensavers and kind of backdrops and other art that you can save for your phone. And it's just really awesome. And they've now launched with a number of other brands. Street Fighter, they're doing things with Hasbro coming up, with Transformers and G.I. Joe. They've got not even necessarily strictly branded stuff. They do an artist series, just really cool, funky pins with artists. But I absolutely love the guys and women who run Pinfinity. Great people. They're really cutting edge, innovative stuff. A really great price point. I was shocked at how affordable these pins are. So you can head over to pinfinityar.com right now and pick up the Lucha Brothers pins. You can get them individually, save a few bucks if you buy the 2-pack. And there might be some more on the way.
Right on. Yeah, that's something. If live events didn't go away the way they did this year, I think Pinfinity AR would have been even bigger coming out of 2020. But next year, knock on wood, everything kind of returns to what it should be. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that. Legends of Lucha Libre at Lucha Central.
Yes.
You've got a bunch of merchandising going on there on the website. You had some cool soccer jerseys. I think Penta Zero M had one that it sold out, right?
Yep. So we tested that and it went extremely well. The idea was, let's do a unique kind of higher end piece of merchandise you can only get at Lucha Central's shop. Make it available only for 1 month. Focus on one luchador. Sell a collection of apparel or items, accessories around that luchador. Maybe sell a few of their pro masks that are normally harder to get. And so we launched that first collection with Penta. It went extremely well. We had a bit of a delay getting to the second collection, mostly because of COVID. The Penta collection was a jersey and a t-shirt and some chanclas, slides. And unfortunately, the slides got kind of held up coming across the ocean from China and led to some really long delays. We didn't want to launch our second collection until we knew we were able to completely fulfill all the orders of everyone from the first collection. And so now we are finally right here, right now, as of this moment, or maybe a few minutes ago, and you guys just didn't know, if you go to luchacentral.com/shop, we just dropped a Phoenix jersey and matching Phoenix shorts. So, you know, soccer style, basketball style shorts, super comfortable shorts. And you can pick up that kit. And if you get the shorts and the shirt, the jersey together, you get a free shirt with it that matches the whole kit. So head over there, check out the Phoenix kit. Super cool design. Really love it. The Penta jerseys were incredible. These are sublimated designs, so you know the whole thing is within the apparel itself. So you know these aren't falling apart in the wash or anything like that. Super high end stuff with a patch of the one with for Penta was a U.S. and Mexico flag. So yeah, check that out. We're going to continue to do that as well, bringing exclusive items to luchacentral.com/shop and the Lucha Central website.
And speaking of both of those guys, Penta and Phoenix, there's something else coming out that's sort of 90s inspired.
Yes.
So nerdish.
Yeah. So I think a lot of wrestling fans these days are very familiar with Nerds clothing. Before we even launched the Legends of Lucha Libre brand, we were working with Eric over at Nerds, and we met him based off of a lot of the work that he was doing with WWE. He designed a number of WWE shirts that were available on Hot Topic and other stores. And so we met Eric and we collaborated a few years ago now on a San Diego Comic-Con shirt exclusive shirt that we dropped for Penta in his very unique Nerds kind of caricature style that he was doing for WWE and some others. And then he started blowing up jacket game. He does the jackets for it started with WWE, but then now AEW and New Japan. And we released 2 Penta and 1 Phoenix jackets with them. And so now we are coming back around. Eric recently dropped a 90s inspired t-shirt line with it started with New Japan. There's a number of really awesome New Japan designs that he released, and now we're going to work with him on that line as we present a Penta and a Phoenix 90s style nerd shirt available right now as of today as well over at nerdsclothing.com. And yeah, so head over there, check those out. Personally, I don't wear a lot of shirts with the actual like humans on them. Like I love wearing a lucha mask on it, but it's just not my style to wear like an actual wrestler's body on my shirt. Just my thing. But I'm gonna make an exception because these shirts are really, really cool, and I look forward to getting my hands on them when I can get them now that they're officially gonna be released.
Awesome. This is a great day and a great weekend for new merch.
We're not even done yet.
Stuff. No. And the categories are pretty impressive. And we're about to totally switch gears here because we're going to go a totally different direction into a category that's been blowing up the last couple of years. That is not a toy. You can't wear it. I'm not even sure what you would call it, but CBD, Integrity Hempaceuticals.
Yep.
You did a deal. It was Masked Republic and Lucha Central. And various personalities are appearing in ads now for that product. Tell us a little bit about how that came about and what the deal is with it.
Sure. Yeah. It's interesting because I remember it's been such a blur. So I want to say it was the 2019 licensing expo, and walking in there and seeing the ginormous area and display that was dedicated to CBD products, and kind of declaring that was the wave of the future for licensing. And I think that there's still a lot of questions and people not really understanding necessarily the CBD products. Are there drugs in there? Is there THC in there? And kind of from a personal anecdote, my experience and what I've learned of CBD really came into play because both my children and my wife take CBD oil for various things that help them. And so that was really eye-opening for me, and understanding that kind of like, no, it's not, it doesn't mean that you're doing drugs or that you're going to fail a drug test or whatever. It's just, different tinctures, different combinations, help different things, whether it's sleep or anxiety or whatever the case may be. So, I felt really comfortable with Integrity. Integrity, the company, they do, like, if you go into Target and you go to the vitamins aisle and you pick up the Care Bear gummy vitamins, that's through Integrity, your sister company of Integrity. So this is, no pun intended, a company with a lot of integrity. And so it was really important for me that if we were going to enter a product category like this, that we were dealing with somebody who had a track record of, anything that you're going to ingest or put into your body. I want to make sure that if we're, putting our name on it, if we're having our luchadors, put their names on it, that these products are going to be top of the line, high quality, with a company with a track record. So, as we were starting to look into that space, that was super important. And I will say that these endorsements that we're basically doing right now is just hopefully the first step in a kind of long-term business plan for Master Public and Integrity. But yes, right now you can find Penta and Phoenix, Taya and Conan as part of Team Integrity. They are going to be, I will say even beyond the pharmaceutical side of it, they have a pain cream that a lot of the ads have been for right now. And I think it's really easy to kind of just dismiss anything as a gimmick, but we've been using it at our house. My wife actually really likes the pain cream. She has a lot of lower back pain because we have older children who she needs to carry around a lot and help be mobile. And so her back's often hurting her. And she really likes the CBD infused pain cream that they've come out with. It kind of has all the benefits of the, what you're, I guess, typically used to, the Vicks type products and the other, but without that kind of medicine-y smell. I guess kind of smells like a nice, a nice whatever. So we're not here to get into those details right now, but yes. So we've got this licensing deal now I wouldn't even call it a traditional licensing deal because it's really more about working together on developing some products for the future. And we're just starting right now with these kind of Team Integrity endorsements as part of that. So this is really going to develop out over the next few years, and we're really excited to be in the category now with Integrity.
Awesome. So I gotta hype this up again, that there is a boss fight panel coming up.
Yes.
And we mentioned it earlier, so we're not gonna tell you more about that now. But there is a boss fight panel coming up, and I know folks are really excited. I'm excited to see what new action figures are going to be coming out. But beyond the figures, there's a lot of stuff on the way that kind of fits in the same categories of stuff we would have wanted when we were kids. Posters, trading cards, this type of stuff. So the first thing, tell us about the trading card line.
Yeah. So, I didn't collect a lot of things growing up, but I collected G.I. Joe. I collected comic books for a period, mostly G.I. Joe comic books. And I definitely went through my phase where I collected trading cards, baseball cards, Marvel cards, and wrestling cards. And so for a long time, that product category has been something that I really kind of wanted to get into for Legends of Lucha Libre, but I wanted to make sure that it was going to be done, in a way that I thought was really going to be of value to the fans and kind of speak to the fans, but also be something that, as an older collector, we were really going to want for ourselves. And look, most of the products that come out from Master Public, all of the products that come out from Master Public are either something that I would buy and collect myself, or Ruben would buy and collect himself. Most often it's both of us, but every now and then, it's just one of us. But, we're not putting out anything that we wouldn't buy ourselves. And so we are going to be working with a company called Rocket Ink Studios. on a very cool Legends of Lucha Libre trading card set. It actually, you can pre-order it as of today, right now, at the Rocket Inc. website, and the first 100 orders of a case of cards or box of cards are going to get an extra autograph card as part of their order. So the set is going to feature, set 1 is going to feature 25 luchadors in pose shots and action shots. It's going to be about 50 cards. And then there's 10 other cards, including, we're going to, the first ever Lucha Libre mask maker cards. So we're celebrating some of the best mask makers in Lucha Libre. We've got some greatest rivalry cards that were drawn by Pete Bregman. So we're really excited about that. We've got a couple cards that are dedicated to legends who are no longer with us. And in this first set, it is a beautifully painted 2-card set of Perro Aguayo and Hijo del Perro Aguayo that will kind of form together to be one image by Mexican artist Porta Veritas. I think that's about it. There might be 1 or 2 other special cards. But then there are also these hit cards that are going to be randomly inserted, including autographed cards of everybody in the line. And we're going to also be having sketch cards, which are very popular nowadays in cards. And you can potentially win an actual autographed Lucha mask from Penta, Solar, Phoenix, and a couple others. So this will be a really cool kind of chase contest, I guess, within the cards. But you can head over right now to Rocket Inc. Studios site, and we'll put the URL down there, and check that out. And they'll be out in spring 2021. So not quite out yet, but you can get there and pre-order. And again, the first 100, they told me the first 100 people that order a box today will get that bonus autograph card included.
I think you'll be selling 100 boxes very quickly. Maybe by the time we wrap this thing.
Maybe.
So get on that site. But yeah, trading cards are really hot again right now. It's kind of gone in ebbs and flows. But do you know what kind of card stock they're using? Is it going to be like vintage style, or is it going to be like more of a modern?
I do not know the answer to that. But that is a good thing that we will find out, and we can follow up with a tweet or something about that, and let you know.
Awesome. So what if I want to bring some of the lucha flavor into my kitchen?
Man, I am excited about this for multiple reasons. Where do I even begin? This has been a massive, massive project. The amount of love and work and hours that have gone into this rival probably anything that I've done in my career. And I wasn't even the one that did it all. But we are going to be next summer, June 2021, releasing the Legends of Lucha Libre cookbook called Eat Like a Luchador. It is by the Legends of Lucha Libre and Monica Ochoa, who many people know as Centralita, who works for LuchaCentral.com, and whose mother is a famous luchadora named Estrellita. And so what I love about this book, though, is that it's not, yes, it is a mostly Mexican-inspired cookbook. And the basis of it was, what do luchadors eat? What are their family traditions? What are their, favorite meals? But this is part cookbook and part really awesome wrestling reference book. So you're going to get recipes from the families of, or the themselves, or, of Tinieblas Jr., Taya Valkyrie, Conan, Laredo Kid, Black Taurus, a recipe from the family of Hijo del Perro Aguayo, and a lot of other wrestling talent from throughout the lucha world in Mexico. We've got also people from England, again, Hayashi, Ray's mask maker in Japan, his favorite Mexican dishes. But in addition to the actual recipes, you're getting bios and stories of all of these amazing talents. So it's a whopping 300-page book, and it's filled with amazing photography. So I think it's going to, I think the great part about it is, someone that goes to the, cookbook section of a bookstore and sees this, they might be intrigued and go, I wouldn't normally think about getting a Lucha Libre cookbook, but this is kind of cool. It's got amazing recipes, plus it's got a little bit of something else to it. And I think that for a wrestling fan that wouldn't normally pick up a cookbook, it's just a really cool reference book to have on your shelf, and with the biographies and the photography and the the recipes just kind of become a bonus. So but I've already told my wife that there's at least 2 or 3 things that like I want to try as soon as possible, now that we're in the kind of proofing stages of the book, and I've been able to see it all come together. Definitely some great recipes. The one from Selena de la Renta for Puerto Rican cornbread, that sounds amazing. There's one from PWR wrestler Papa Esco for a traditional another Puerto Rican. There's some really good Puerto Rican dishes in this primarily Mexican cookbook. So Lars got a great recipe for what's traditionally called Aztec cake, but in his world it's lasagna solar. So and a lot of traditional dishes as well, and a lot of really cool takes on desserts and drinks. So yeah, really excited for Eat Like a Luchador, out next summer from Running Press.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to checking that one out myself. And now that we're sort of nearing the end of this, but there's a few more Lucha Brothers products that we didn't announce.
Yep.
So
close.
And just because we didn't announce something today doesn't mean that it's not coming. I know you've got a lot of stuff in the works that has been discussed that, it's got to seal the mask, seal the lips on it for right now. But in the next year,
yes,
go for this one.
Okay,
go for this one.
One more deal that we can announce that I don't know that it's going to be live by the time we share this with the world, but it will be live very soon. And it's another brand new product category for us. And it also kind of harkens back to what you were talking about in terms of like things of our youth. And that is, we are launching posters with a company called, the parent company is Gotham. The website is posterfoundry.com, but also on Amazon. And what I love about these, and you can actually kind of see this Lucha Brothers one in the background a little bit, but wait, we're not talking like these little posters. We're talking like these 1980s style, like 2 feet by 3 feet, like bedroom wall posters. This is a Black Taurus. We've got coming posters of Conan, Psychosis, Taya Valkyrie, Selena de la Renta, Bestia, 666, TJP. So, and they're really affordably priced, which again, I think is really important a lot of times for us.
And that thing you just showed, I mean, that one was epic.
Yeah,
that poster was epic. We got that little that is like a 1987 metal album cover right there.
Yeah, and so
it's glorious.
Photography here by Josh Garcia, Rudo's Photo, and the art designed by a very talented photographer and graphic designer named H-Bomb. So yeah, we're really excited about that. And a lot of these poster designs are actually also going to be available on t-shirts. Like that Black Taurus one, you will be able to get on a t-shirt at Amazon any day now. And so, yeah, I for me, anytime we can enter a new category that we have not been in, anytime we can do that at a price that's going to be really great for fans and really easy for them to acquire. Now, for those that don't want a giant 2 foot by 3 foot poster on your bedroom wall, they will also come in a smaller, like I think maybe 18, 11, 7, something like that. Smaller size poster, yay bigger. So, but yeah, some of the designs are amazing. A lot of them were created by our teams of artists. Some of them were created by the Poster Foundry team. They came back with some amazing work. So Lucha Brothers, like I said, that one in the background, that was another Rudo's Photos H-Bomb collaboration. So very excited for that. And like I said, any day now on Amazon and Poster Foundry's website.
Awesome. So before we bring it all to a close, what about some new names that are getting on board with Masked Republic for some IP representation to get some new products out. Some folks that haven't been in the fold before on this.
Yeah. So, with Master Public and with Legends of Lucha Libre, we really try to run the entire spectrum of talent. Yes, it's called Legends of Lucha Libre, but we're kind of about current and future legends. We kind of have three kind of silos of talent we represent. We've got your classic legends, the wrestlers who debuted somewhere between like the 50s and the 70s. Perro Aguayo and Solar and Super Astro. And then we've got what you would call your modern legends, guys like Psychosis, Juventud Guerrera, Conan, guys that were part of the wrestling boom of the 1990s. And then we've got what we refer to usually as today as like the current our hottest stars of today. Penta, Phoenix, and Taya Valkyrie. People of that nature, Laredo Kid, Black Taurus. So we're really excited to be adding to all of those categories right now. So I guess from that classic luchador category, I mentioned earlier, with the face mask, we're really excited to be adding El Matematico to the fold. He's going to be part of a number of additional product lines, and we're excited to bring him and Mathematical products out because he has not had officially licensed products beyond what he sells himself. We're wrapping up a few more that we'll potentially announce soon as well, but that's a big one. I guess we haven't really formally announced any product yet with Perro Aguayo and Hijo de Perro Aguayo, but maybe stick around later and we'll see what gets announced. And then on top of that, in terms of kind of the stars of the 90s and the current legends, the Psychosis has been kind of a newer one for us. He's been part of the Master Public family since the beginning, before I was even part of Master Public 10 years ago. From Ruben's very beginnings in Lucha Libre, he and Psychosis have been very close. Psychosis was part of XPW when I was writing there, and so we have a long relationship, but we haven't really done a lot of merch with him. And so it was great to get his shirt in the Hot Topic. And that was kind of the kickoff of doing more with him. He does have a poster coming out. And so expect more Psychosis merchandise as things move along. Vampiro was recently announced on a episode of Lucha Libre Figures and Facts on the Lucha Central Podcast Network. So he will definitely be in the boss fight fold of things. And then we recently also announced Cassandro, the legendary Exotico, who has 2 documentaries out and a feature film on its way out. But Cassandro absolutely has deserved to have officially licensed merchandise and things of him created. And so I'm very glad to bring him into the fold. And then before we get to 2 others that we have not mentioned at all yet, from the kind of current stars, I mentioned both of them a little bit earlier, but we are really happy to be able to now work with Selena De La Renta and Christy Janes to bring officially licensed products out. Like Selena, we're starting with the posters, and Christy, we're starting with the socks, but you can expect more from both of them down the road as well. As well as, more names. We can only do so much at any one time, but believe that there will be more names. But to end this segment, I am very excited to announce that we now have officially signed both Ultimo Dragon and the Great Sasuke, and we will be doing officially licensed products for both of them. They will roll out over the course of the next year in 2021. But it's amazing for us to bring these 2 Japanese legends who have had a huge influence on Lucha Libre and who have been influenced by Lucha Libre. And so it's a kind of a whole new world for us now, working top Japanese talent into the Legends of Lucha Libre fold. But if you're gonna find 2 Japanese wrestlers that fit what we do here and the Legends of Lucha Libre, it's definitely the 2 of them. So super excited about that. I grew up tape trading and watching and studying the 2 of them. And so personally, this means a lot to be able to bring them into the family.
Very cool. People are going to be digging that. A lot to look forward to for the year ahead. And lots more great content rolling out today here at Expo Lucha Virtual. So, hopefully everybody's enjoyed spending the last hour or so with us talking about all these great new products that are coming out. And stick around. You're going to see some cool stuff, more new products.
Yep.
More awesome wrestling. It's going to be a good day, and you're getting to enjoy it from the comfort of your own home.
Well, thank you so much, James. It's been awesome to talk to you. Listen, if you're watching this and you don't know about the website that James writes for and does videos for, thepopinsider.com, you absolutely need to know about it because, yes, every now and then you'll find some Master Republic related news there, but it is such a great reference for pop culture merchandise, pop culture announcements, and film, television, toys, games. So definitely, I appreciate you coming by, James, and
thank you very much.
Keep up the
good work. And of course, too, we put out a quarterly print magazine too. That's a big thing, and this year has been weird, of course, with that. But we keep on plugging with it. So if you want to get a subscription or look into more details on that, it's all at thepopinsider.com.
Certainly Teddy and Jack have made Mexico their home away from home. Penta and Phoenix, wherever they've gone, they've carried the Lucha Libre spirit with them all over the world.
Yep, and I just don't understand why Teddy Hart wrestles in pajamas, but it looks pretty cool.
That's how he dresses 24/7. Every time I've seen him, he's dressed like that.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
Teddy Hart does not think like
anyone.
People. Yeah, we were on the same page there.
Yeah, you want to talk about somebody who talks to aliens and been abducted.
Would not surprise me in the least.
But I love Teddy, man. You know what? He's an innovator, and that's why he never got a break, because he broke the rules and he did things his way. But the whole world copied him. Period.
Pound for pound, you can't argue. He and Jack are near or at the top of the list, just the best pure athletes in this business.
No doubt about it, man.
But are they psyched out? But what is he doing?
Well, I don't know, but that person just spent money, and she has every right to kick him right in the balls.
Just stole that young lady's food, it looked like, and got hit with a bottle for his troubles. And Penta's a bit impatient, and I don't blame him. Teddy can be a bit of a loose cannon sometimes. No pun intended with his MLW Heart Foundation partner, Brian Pillman Jr., that I believe we'll see tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Ask me if I care.
Do you?
Yes, actually, I do.
Oh, me too.
Not a lot.
Well.
All right, Taco Bell closes in 24 minutes. I guess I'm effed again.
Well, the chance of Cero Miedo ringing out, and we'll see if Teddy Hart has any fear of Pentagon. And Teddy Hart is not backing down.
Can you guys, you've talked about your match for about 17 hours in the dressing room. You've gone over everything there is to go over. The heat is going to go out of the building because you guys are taking too long to rock, and that is not WSX Lucha Underground style. Let's get going.
The official was not able to catch the glove. There we go. Shout out to the ref who just completed 2 successful tours of Pro Wrestling Noah in Japan. Also ref for Impact Wrestling. Ben's doing a hell of a job. Not the best catcher, but a heck of a ref. And we got the best in the ring for this matchup as Jack Evans and Phoenix exploding. They were impatient like you, Vamp. They wanted some action.
I want to go.
Well, these 4 are going full throttle.
Beautiful. Teddy's, you know what? I think Teddy has got the best. Him or Mil Muertes, they have the best punch in the business.
Okay. Well, certainly Penta and Phoenix will be able to tell you firsthand by the end of this matchup. Stereo dives coming, and Controversial move here. The official impedes the progress. And Jack with a double neck breaker overhead. Leap right over the official. Again, that vertical leap, that natural athleticism of Jack and Teddy. Corkscrew.
Oh, you know what? Jack has been doing this for what, 20, 25 years?
Jack has been.
Jack's a rock star, dude.
Jack's one of those guys. I mean, at a young teenager, he was working out and studied with the Hart family and everything he's done over the years. Jack breakdancing before pro wrestling, which has helped with his body control and his weight positioning.
You know what? And he practices all that stuff. But when I first met Jack, he had just come off of a 380-day without a break, 380-day tour of Japan, wrestling every day.
That's about as old school as they come.
Yep.
And it's Teddy turning this into an old school brawl. We talked about Abdullah earlier in the day. This is almost like Abdullah Brody, all in the stands. Teddy Hart and Penta.
That woman is just like, you've already fucked up my nachos. Don't you dare touch my Sprite.
She is daring Teddy Hart to do something at this point. But Teddy's got his hands full with Penta. And Phoenix and Jack are somewhere as well, near ringside, I believe. But, man, our staff are trying to keep the fans safe. And I don't know if there's anything that's going to keep these athletes safe. Look out, chair from Jack Evans to Phoenix. And they are headed into the crowd as well. Look at this. It's like a riot out here. Is this how you expected this match to go with these teams?
I was hoping no. I was expecting a little bit more with the talent that they have.
Jack just did a swanton up the bleachers.
Yeah, you don't need these guys. This is the match that I expected to be in the ring. But you know what? What also is evident is these guys, if they want to fight, they're going to fight. If you want to go in the crowd, they're going to go in the crowd. You want to take it to the ring, they all have the ability to do it all. So it is pretty intensely interesting to see what's going to transpire here.
I mean, you've got arguably the most prolific tag team from WSX, most prolific tag team from Lucha Underground, together in one arena. I can't say one ring, but one building. Those promotions always prided themselves on let it go if you need to settle a score, and that's what we're doing right now.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
Phoenix finds himself halfway up the bleachers. Now Jack's stealing somebody's beverage. And we are scrambling. We're trying to get into place. This is as unexpected as it comes. Teddy Hart and Penta back towards the ringside area. Oh, jeez. Penta stumbles into the guardrail. And they may tear this. We may not have day 2 of Expo Lucha. They're going to tear this place apart.
Yeah, you know what? When you're at an event like this, this is kind of one of those things that I believe, because of the type of crowd, especially family-oriented, and we're trying to expand the business. I get you want to go hardcore, but there are some places that you just shouldn't do that, and that's just one of them. These guys got enough talent to keep it in the ring, and that's coming from me, from a guy who specializes in hardcore-style matches.
Teddy Hart, innovative variation of a figure 4 leg lock. Penta tried to keep his body from being turned over, but couldn't do it. Penta to the rope quickly. Official requests a break. Teddy acquiesces. Penta you could sense the frenetic nature Penta got out of that hold. He sensed he was in trouble.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I think they're still trash talking, and Penta wants this back out on the floor. Jack's there waiting. I'm not sure where Phoenix went. There he is, and there's Penta into the guardrail hard again. Yeah, photographers scrambling out of the way. Lucha Brothers just trying to keep their wits about them right now. I don't know how many revolutions Jack just did. Didn't pay off. Look at this. Jack into Teddy. Jack was looking to build the momentum and take out both Lucha Brothers. Nothing doing. And now the chairs to the skull. Sabu style.
Where's my girl?
Selena? I think she's running for cover somewhere. Oh, what a thud. I think Teddy hit the back of his head on the ground. And look out, Phoenix and Jack are coming up this way. Suplex. Jeez. You could feel the reverberations.
Bro, that was...
And Teddy Hart, God, may have broken his hand. And it's only getting wilder. It's only getting more lawless as we go on. Man, this has turned into a Lucha Brothers ass-kicking here. It's almost a bloodletting. Teddy's knees hurt. Penta's capitalizing. It's Phoenix and Jack in the ring. Straight to the back of the head. Teddy eats a garbage can. We got a near fall in the ring.
Yes, and Vampiro is 1 foot out the door. What the hell is going on?
Because you're trying to avoid the action, I understand. It's dangerous out there.
No. Phoenix has Jack in a very vulnerable position. This is the unfortunate psychology of a hardcore style match that loses control. You forget that you got to try to win.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, after the pre-match comments, winning may be an afterthought at this point for these men. It may just be hurting one another, maybe ending a career. Phoenix drops the leg. Into the cover again. Jack kicks free, but at the last possible second. Man, these 2 counts are getting longer and longer as the match progresses.
Yeah, this is you see Jack is half knocked out. You gotta try to pin him, man. You gotta try to pin him.
Phoenix said it was using the rope as an assist to cinch in that arm bar.
Yeah, that was kind of intense. It reminded me of Bret Hart, when he used to do the leg lock over the top like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Bret, an expert using his surroundings to his advantage. That figure 4 on the ring post. But we'll see. The Lucha Brothers are just in firm control at this point. Jack being held by the rope, and with Penta watching as well, there was no way he could shield himself. And this matchup certainly wasn't steeped in the technical prowess of Lucha culture, but it has been wild and unpredictable.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That right there was like a holy shit. He hit him hard.
Yeah. Jack just doubled over in pain. Leapfrog, didn't see the thrust kick coming. Phoenix was a human shield for Pentagon, and a double kick right to either side of the head. Teddy back in.
Oh, man, he caught him.
Super kick into the corner now. Teddy's a sitting duck. Lucha Brothers showing that synergy, that seamlessness, poetry, and motion that has made them such a dominant tag team. Teddy is trapped. Hook of the leg. No. And Teddy's still favoring that right knee. You got to believe there's been some significant damage.
Yeah, I believe so.
Teddy's had trouble putting any weight on it, defending himself in any way in this matchup. And there's Salino De La Renta. Pushed Phoenix off. I think they were going for that double stomp and the package pile driver combination. Jack Evans now plays spoiler. Look out.
Very, very, very cool.
Space flying tiger drop by Jack Evans. And Teddy Hart drops Phoenix across the knees, and notice that took a lot out of Teddy's right knee again.
Yeah. Teddy's a ring vet. He's been putting his body through high-impact moves for years. For him to still be able to do this at this level, it's pretty impressive, brother.
Flip pile driver with that momentum. Could Teddy do it? Oh, how close can you be? Phoenix barely got the movement in time to get the shoulder up. Teddy's in disbelief, but he's got to roll with the punches here. He knew what he signed up for. Perhaps the most prolific luchadors going today. Oh, tried to spring Jack off into the corkscrew, but Phoenix out of the way.
Holy shit, he caught him right in the chin with that one.
Yeah, the striking game of the Lucha Brothers on point.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh, good God. Right in the back of the neck. Phoenix to the outside on Teddy Hart.
Yeah, I'm about ready to say goodnight.
Well, I think Lucha Brothers may be ready to say goodnight to Teddy and Jack.
Yeah, Jack is how he's going to recover from that. The first time I saw that was Matt Seidel used to do that, believe it or not.
Yeah. And another WSX alumni.
Yeah, there you go.
And Jack Evans, as him stacked up, the official is dealing with a disagreement with Selena De La Renta and Conan now in there, and Jack on top, but no. And it was the inadvertent distraction of Selena that may have cost Jack this matchup.
She's distracted me.
I understand completely.
Was that Juventud that just kissed me?
Got dropped. I think it was.
Fucking guy. What's he gonna kiss me for?
I don't. Doesn't know me that well yet. I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Jack Evans gonna take a chance.
Nice. Pentagon coming back with the knees.
That was at least a 630. Teddy got cut off at the pass.
Uh-oh. Phoenix is perched like a bird of prey, ready to rock the house. His brother Pentagon setting up Jack Evans for something brutally devastating, my friend.
And Jack is limp here. Package pile driver, double stomp.
One,
Jack
two,
can't move.
And good night.
Your winners, the team of Penta El Cero M and Rey Phoenix, the Lucha Brothers.
Penta and Phoenix get the victory over Teddy Hart and Jack Evans. What a matchup this was. We saw some athleticism. We saw some trash talking. We saw a little bit of everything. It was a brawl. It was wild. It was all over the building. But at the end of the day, Penta and Phoenix, the Lucha Brothers, send Selena scurrying to the back to Puerto Rico, or back wherever she's got to go to recover. Because Penta and Phoenix, they did it for Mexico. They did it for Lucha Libre. They did it for Expo Lucha here tonight. And no matter what Teddy Hart and Jack Evans think or want to think, this is the embodiment. This is the personification of what Lucha Libre's come to stand for. Penta and Phoenix are representing this brand well all over the world. And I know Lucha is proud of Penta and Phoenix. And Penta and Phoenix are very proud to be luchadors.
Lock up the piece out where you use
buried on the battlefield.
LuchaCentral.com presents Masks, Mats, and Mayhem.
Yo, what's up, Oso? Oh, do you listen to my podcast?
Yes.
All right.
Good show. Good show.
Welcome to a very special edition of Mass Mats and Mayhem for Virtual Expo Lucha 2020. We are joined today by a guy, I hope anybody who watches this show knows him very well. He's one of the guys who helped bring Lucha Libre to the States in the fashion that you know it today. He's worked with just about everybody, and I would swear to God about 2 years ago, if you were doing something in wrestling that Conan didn't touch outside of WWE, I would have been shocked and amazed, and maybe even still today. So we are joined today by the one and only master of the verbal gems, Conan. How's it going today, Conan?
Yo, what's up, Oso? Oh, do you listen to my podcast?
Yes.
All right. Sweet.
Good show. Good show. In fact, you know what? I'm going to start right there with your boy DI.
Right.
You guys were kind of promoting this thing a couple of weeks ago, and DI questioned why people would even care about a podcast that was still about Lucha Underground. Like, what the fuck is that?
Because he's still kind of ignorant, even though he wrestled with a bunch of luchadors, and he's actually wrestled for me and TJ, and a lot of his friends are luchadors. He's not a big Lucha fan, and I think there's also a part of him that's just a not natural provocateur, and he likes to get shit that's going to generate heat. You know what I'm saying? plus, we can't forget that at last year's Expo Lucha, if you guys were there or not, but it is documented, he got beat up by like 10 minis in a battle royal. So he might be, there might be some sour grapes over that.
I believe if you keep watching this thread today that you will actually get to see that footage right here today on Expo Lucha. Yeah, I was a little salty by that. I mean, he was talking about Lucha Underground like it was this dead thing and that it didn't have some kind of impact on the wrestling business in general. And It's like, man, he was a big name or a mid-card name, 20 years ago. And even then he was doing a disco gimmick from 20 years before that. And he was putting down Lucha Libre right now. I was kind of salty about that.
Yeah,
Normally I agree with Glenn.
Well, let me tell you what's the problem with Glenn. It's the same problem we have with a majority of American fans. There's almost like a snobbishness about, oh, is that Lucha? And, how come they don't sell? And how come they don't do this? And how come they don't do that? And I go, so basically what you're actually telling me is, how come this isn't more like American wrestling? That's really what you're saying. This is because it's Lucha Libre. So like when you go to Japan, you don't ask Japanese why they eat with chopsticks. You know what I'm saying? That's their fucking culture, and strong styles their fucking culture. And that's our culture. Sometimes we just want to be entertained. We don't need to have a storyline. We don't need everything to look logical. Sometimes we just want to see a video game match. And I couldn't be too wrong, because if you look at the shit that I planted way back in 95 or 96 when we first went to WCW, when we were getting totally disrespected by the announcers, they'd be talking about anything but the Lucha match. And when then when they were talking about the Lucha match, they were fucking talking down to it, okay? Plus you had half the crew who hated Lucha and were making snide comments all the time and didn't want to wrestle with us. Now you look at the impact that Lucha's had, bro, like wrestling is more Lucha-centric than it is even American wrestling. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of gotten overboard. Why? Because the same thing I thought back in 96 held true for a younger generation. They were like, fuck the rest holds and fuck all this slow moving shit. I want to do some fast shit. I want to do flips. I want to do, and Lucha brought, when you first see Lucha, you're like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? So, he's one of those guys that's never gotten Lucha.
Yeah, it blew my mind. Like I was in 96, 95, 96, I was a huge ECW mark. I was tape trading and shit. I'm from that Gen X group of people that loved that stuff that was coming in. And my generation kind of saw Lucha Libre come into the States in a new way. We saw like hardcore wrestling become a thing and all these things that had this impact on wrestling down the line. And, you know, it blew my mind the first time I traded somebody and got a tape that had Rey Mysterio and Psychosis on it. Like, I was like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? This is insane. Like, how responsible were you? And don't get me wrong, I got a ton of Lucha Underground questions, but I just want to know, like, how responsible were you in those early days in getting those guys over here and bringing that style up here? And why did you even think that it could play in America?
1000%, bro. I was always their biggest promoter because I just always, you know, when I met Rey Mysterio, when I first saw Lucha, here's the other thing that, let me just preface it by saying this. I grew up in Miami, okay? But I didn't grow up like a fanboy or like a big Lucha fan, or I want to be a wrestler when I grow up, which when I talk to most wrestlers, that's what they wanted to be since they were a kid. You know, so I grew up in Miami, and it was another type of style. You know, it was like Dory Funk versus Jack Briscoe, a lot of mat wrestling, you know, really cool shit, real good storytelling. So I grew up on really good wrestling. Then all of a sudden, I saw a little bit of Mexican wrestling when the Olympic Auditorium, we would see it in Miami. It was actually Channel 23, which was the only Hispanic station in Miami. And they would show like wrestling from the Olympic Auditorium, and every now and then you'd see some luchadors there, right? But in 1988, I think it was, I went to my first lucha show in TJ, and I was completely mesmerized and blown away by what they were doing. I was like, wow, not only is this incredible, the crowd is super hot, and you get to wear a cool mask and a cape. Where do I sign up? You know? So I was just like blown away. And then when I was watching like wrestling in the United States, I was always like, wow, this is kind of boring compared to Lucha Libre. And I remember when I first talked to Vince McMahon to do the Mass Moon gimmick, you know, he thought I knew how to wrestle like American style, and I didn't. So he had and there's pictures. He had to like import guys from Mexico, Rambo, Love Machine, Damien 666. And there was one guy that knew how to base me for Lucha. He was a Southern California guy, Louis Spicoli, because he grew up in LA and there was a lot of lucha, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so like, I've always been like, you know, even when Paul Lee first asked me, Paul Heyman, he was like, hey man, he goes, I've heard about, you know, Eddie Guerrero and Love Machine. I want to bring them down. I go, would you recommend them? And we were on a trip to Singapore, and I was like, bro, those guys are fucking incredible. They're going to kill it. And then he was like, yeah, I've been hearing a lot about this Rey Mysterio. How good is he? I go, dude, with all due respect, he's going to go in there, and there is nobody like him in Psychosis. And so, you know, he brought them over there. And the same day, I could tell he was still in the arena. He called me up and he goes, man, I need to get them back next week. Can we work that out? And I go, yeah. You know, so I was always pushing them no matter what. I just always believed in Lucha. I always believed in Rey. I always believed in Psychosis. I just thought it was a quicker, better, creative, more type of wrestling. So everywhere I went, I always recommended them.
All right. So look, I would take this completely in order, but fuck that. Let's jump right in on a hot one. I want to come at you hot with this one. Let's talk about a little Lucha Underground.
Right.
The Apuestas match. Something that I feel like Lucha Underground never got right. Superfly, Sexy Star. What the fuck, Conan? Come on, break this down for me. Why did that go down that way in Lucha Underground?
That right there, that match was probably the beginning of the end of me in Lucha Underground, because I was having total meltdowns every week. And basically what happened is, I don't know if you guys remember the original, like the original owners was this guy, Alex Garcia, who's like a movie producer, Dorian Fogelman, and this other Spanish guy that he had like a soccer team at one time in LA. You remember him?
Oh,
I know Casey would probably.
I'm trying to think.
Okay, so those were like the main four owners, which none of them really knew about wrestling. You know, Dorian was the only one that knew about wrestling, right? So I remember that after the Sexy Star match, one of the owners came up to me and he goes, what did you think of that match? I go, that was absolutely fucking brutal, bro. Very disrespectful to Lucha Libre. I cannot believe you put that. I just fucking went ham. And I remember that Dorian was like, bro, don't say that to the owner, you know? I go, fuck that, bro. Why are you letting these guys do this shit? This is fucking bullshit. And he goes, well, I don't want to get involved. You know, I want to let them do their own way. Fuck their own way. They don't know. They don't know fucking Lucha Libre, dude. They come from WWE. This is bullshit. And I remember, and I was super mad because if you remember the premise of the match with zero buildup, let's just have Superfly and Sexy Star together. And I remember, bro, sitting in the back with Christopher DeJoseph, there was this, it was like a control room where you would tell the director, hey, a tope's coming here, or this is coming here, so they wouldn't miss the shots. So I'm sitting back there with Chris DeJoseph, and he's looking at the match, and he's going, wow, I can't understand why this match isn't that good. You know, Sexy's real good. And I was like, what? I go,
first place you went wrong there.
I go, the only reason she's good is because all these other motherfuckers are making her look good. She's not good. And you're seeing it right now in this fucking match. So, you know, they took the guy's fucking hood off, never did anything after that, you know? And I remember another match where they brought Big Rick in, and I was like, all right, he's a cool dude because he was very nice, but doesn't know about Lucha. And they put him in a match again. I don't want to pick on her against Sexy Star. It was fucking brutal. Okay, bro, Sexy Star is real tiny. She's like fucking Zelina Vega size, you know, like real small, you know? And they had her against this guy who doesn't know Lucha. She's not a good worker. And, you know, this is kind of destiny in a way. He choke slammed her and actually gave her a concussion. They had to take her to the hospital.
Jeez.
You know, and that's what you get for book. That's not booked properly, you know? So all those things were driving me fucking crazy. And I just became very hard to deal with, very disrespectful. And it was like, you know, the end was going to come real soon.
Well, it's one of the reasons why we've been eager to talk to you at some point, because that was one of the moments in season 1 that really got me pissed, because honestly, I feel like it is really lessened what an apuestas match means here in the States overall in general. Since then, you know, regardless of the big matches, and even, you know, Meef is friends with Phantasma up there. Even when Phantasma lost his mask, I felt like that didn't track here in the States as well as it would have. And it all goes back to that Superfly losing his mask for the second time to Sexy Star and Lucha Underground and having it mean absolutely nothing.
Right. Zero buildup. And I was like, I can't believe that's where we make our most money. You know, that's like where we make our most money. We build it up. If you do it right, you could actually build it up a whole year. Like I did a storyline with Niño Hamburguesa and Lady Maravilla, which was like a whole year, bro. And it culminated in a hair match. You know, if you tell the story right, yeah, we can story tell. Americans, you know, just we like Lucha Libre. We like to be entertained. Sometimes we just like to turn off our brain and just fucking watch guys fly and do cool shit. Is there something wrong with that? You know, so but when we got to tell a story, we're gonna tell a story because that's how you get the people in there to watch these big feuds, you know. And so I was very mad about, you know, like that really fucking set me off. As a matter of fact, we had a philosophical difference, me, Vampiro, and Chavo Guerrero, because they were more like, you know, they wanted more, a little bit more WWE wrestling. And I was like I want pure lucha, you know? And I was like, we're already watching WWE in various iterations. Let's give them pure lucha, bro. Let's give them what they came to see. And bro, I was right, because every time luchadors went against luchadors, they fucking rocked the house, bro. And I was like, there you go. And I remember we were having like these big philosophical differences, and they actually they brought us into a room one day, and I don't know if you remember this guy, John Fogelman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we know all about Mr. Fogelman.
Right. So Fogelman, you know, has a bad temper. You know, he was just basically in there. He was like, yeah, you know, I've heard all this fucking Conan, you're always bitching, and Vampiro, you're always been. Vampiro's like, who, me? What are you talking about? Motherfucker, you know why you're in here. So, you know, and he was just, you know, just give me a reason to fire any of you guys. I'll fire all 3 of you guys. He was just fucking going off. You know, and he goes, can you guys work together? And I was, yeah, you ain't gonna catch us singing karaoke anytime soon, but yeah, we can work together. But we had like a philosophical difference, because my whole shit is, let's give them pure lucha. You know what I'm saying?
And those are the high points of season 1. What were you gonna say, Meef?
I was gonna say one of the magical things about lucha is, like you said, just putting it for pure enjoyment. But the guys tell the story in the ring, you know, the Rudos versus Technicos, and they sell it with their expressions. So you do get that storytelling.
Yeah.
Which is why I hate American audiences and people around the world when they just ignore Like, you don't need the massive build sometimes.
No, there's a little snobbishness to it, like, we're Americans, and they have to look down at anything that isn't, from here. There's like a little, subtle, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got to ask this about the Apuestas type matches. Was the problem in Lucha Underground just conceptually, or was it also the business model because these guys couldn't make extra money? Like, could Lucha Underground have decided to bring somebody up and take their mask off, or what?
Yeah, no, and there were a lot. I'll give you an example, bro. So we were having WrestleMania, right? And I was like, well, why don't we bring Lucha Underground to WrestleMania? But of course, they thought they were too artsy-dartsy. And they were like, oh, no, we're going to go to South by Southwest. And I was like, so let me see if I got this right. You have a chance to go to a place where for 4 or 5 days, fans from all around the world are going just specifically to see wrestling. But no, we're going to go to a music concert and hope that those music fans like wrestling. That's where we're going. So those type of things, they lost money and shit like that. Like one time I remember I was in the office with Fogelman. He was talking to this company in South Korea. And, yeah, I just closed a deal with this company. And I was like, and I actually looked up the company. It was like this company that like nobody watched the network. They never toured. So yeah, there were a lot of inherent problems.
It never made it to the UK.
Yeah, well, I remember season 1, we were buying merch from the wrestlers in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's right. Because they weren't even selling merch.
It was great. Then they made us stop wearing them in the Lucha in the temple. We couldn't wear them in the temple.
How stupid was that?
Well, there was lots of money to be printed there, and there's been several dropped balls.
Well, here, let me throw a fan question at you, because I think some of this might apply to this, and we can kind of help people unpack what the dynamic behind the scenes was a little bit. So Glenn Hernandez from Salt Lake City sent in a question to expolucha.com. He says, we hear Mark Burnett and Robert Rodriguez names mentioned a lot because the show was on El Rey and associated with MGM, but how much were Burnett and Rodriguez actually involved in the day-to-day of the shows? And I know the answer to this, but I'm going to let you answer this.
I don't think they were involved at all. I just think they sent their crew, like I think Skip Chasen, who's fucking a genius and a cool guy.
Yeah.
Skip, I think Robert sent Skip. Like, I'm going to send my best guy. He didn't send some fucking J-Bron because the guy knew what the fuck we was doing.
Yeah, Skip.
So he sent Skip. I don't know who the fuck Burnett's, and I think maybe Van Wagenen.
Van Wagenen is Burnett's right-hand guy for this kind of stuff.
Right. But Burnett was a fucking pain in the ass because he just wanted more money. Like, the second season got all fucking tied up and held up, and wrestlers were all pissed off because if you remember, they were telling wrestlers, yeah, don't wrestle anywhere for like the next few months because we're gonna come back and record, and they didn't. And like a lot of wrestlers lost a lot of money because they were waiting, and it was because of fucking Burnett. And I remember they were gonna even film it in Mexico instead of LA because that temple is very, very expensive. Don't look expensive, but it is. And so fucking I remember I said, well, fuck Mexico. Why don't we just go to Robert Rodriguez Studios in San Antonio and do it there if you're trying to save fucking money, And so it was always a pain in the ass with him because he just wanted more money and more money. And he was a big problem, bro. I know I'll never be on Survivor after this, but he was a big problem.
Oh, look, never say never in reality TV or wrestling. It can always happen.
Right. You only have heat until they need you.
Exactly. So let me throw it back to how you got involved in this whole thing. Like we see Chavo's name on the show as a producer. What did they bring you in for originally? Were you supposed to be a writer, a booker?
Bro, that was the biggest
on-air talent.
Right.
What's the deal?
That was like that lit it off, and it was slowly burning until we got to that fucking sexy match. So originally I was supposed to be one of the writers on the show. Hello. It's like, like I think that's kind of common sense. So I was supposed to be one of the original writers. And I remember that they were like interviewing different writers because I actually had writers calling me and saying, yeah, I just got interviewed by them and we might be working together. And it was cool. Next thing I know, they're like, we went to Mark Burnett's office and they told us it was going to be Chris DeJoseph, who I didn't know who he was. I know he worked in WWE because I used to pop when he came out as Fat Dudley or whatever his name was. Fat John, Dick Johnson.
Big Dick Johnson.
Yeah. When he came out as Dick Johnson, I thought that was hilarious. And so, and I remember like one of the first times that we talked, I don't know whose idea this was, but they wanted to put like a box in the middle of the ring and do some really weird shit. And I was like, bro, that's fucking brutal. And then next thing I know, they weren't answering my calls. And then I was hearing that, oh no, you're not going to write. We'd rather have you be an agent, And I was like, okay, well, fuck it. And I told Dorian, bro, you brought me here under the fucking pretense that I was going to write the show. And now I'm an agent. And he goes, no, don't worry, we'll get that fixed. But for right now, let's see how they do. Right there, I'd already smelled fishy. I was like, all right, bro, you're not going to bullshit a bullshitter. Then on top of that, fucking, I remember that I took him to a show once in PWG, and I told him we need to sign Ricochet, AR Fox.
Yes.
What's this other? The Rich Swann, the Young Bucks, Kevin Steen, Brian Cage, and Willie Mack. Those were the guys I said.
They got about 20% of that, right?
Right.
Eventually.
So, right. But here's why Lucha Underground was always, this is the type of shit that only Lucha Underground would do. They had some jack-off, yes, you are a jack-off, called Tony Jensen. He was the lawyer of the fucking company, okay?
Yeah.
So they had this guy who doesn't know shit about wrestling, okay? Doesn't know how to talk to wrestlers. You got to be able to talk their language. All right. And he calls the Young Bucks and he offers them $250 each. So they basically told me to go fuck myself and that, they'd sign if they got $2,500 each. And I was like, bro, Dorian, why don't you let me talk to the wrestlers? I already have a connection, a relationship with a lot of them, and I know how to go back and forth. But no, they kept him there. Then we ran into another problem because Gabe, the dictator Spokowski, had these three guys under contract. None of these three guys had a copy of their contract. None of them knew when their contract ended. I was like, Gabe, when, can we, oh, that's torturous interference. I'm going to sue you if you keep talking to my talent. I go, well, are you going to have them under contract forever? I go, so we had to actually pay money to Gabe and a big amount too, to get Ricochet. Cause I kept going, bro, Ricochet's the man. Ricochet's the man. You need to get this guy. And they did. Then when we went to get AR Fox, he wanted more money and that Lucha Underground was like, fuck him. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Fuck him. So, but,
well, see, this does bring us to another question too, from Jose Acosta. He wanted to know what it was like for you managing Prince Puma. And we've heard from Eric Van Wagenen and Skip on our show that Fogelman said that nobody was allowed to talk that first season except for you and Chavo and a couple other select people, right, Byron? Who all did he say was allowed to talk?
Dario.
Dario, Luis.
Dario, Luis, I mean, the only actor on the show got to talk. And
Mundo. So basically, there was like four of you that Fogelman was going to let talk.
We just, this past week's episode, we went over the Hernandez's first episode. And he even came on and got to say a few words in front of Puma, which we thought was kind of funny.
So what was the deal? I mean, look, I will not be the first one to say that Ricochet cuts a hot promo because I haven't heard one yet. But at the same time, like, what was your feeling? And it seemed like that was the role that they kind of pushed you into, was being the face of this guy, the stick for Ricochet.
Right. So what happened was, one thing I was very flattered because he did tell me that once. He was like, you, Dario, and ADR, you guys are fucking stars. And I was like, well, bro, coming from a guy from Hollywood, that's a compliment, right? So
one of the few, I'm sure.
Yeah, right. So, but I'm all good. I don't really, to me, I shake hands with any of them. Just, I'm going to tell the truth too, and because I saw him in LA not too long ago, and he was, yeah, I heard you were mad at me, and I go, yeah, I was mad. And I told him why, and we squashed it. Some other guy, some other owner goes, yeah, I heard that you were mad at me. I go, yeah, I was fucking mad at you. And I'm going to tell you why. And, we squashed it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like to carry negative energy, but I'm also not going to bullshit people because everybody's too afraid to say anything nowadays. So we just end up going around in circles and bullshitting each other. And I'm just straight to the point. So anyways, how did you feel about Puma though? That Puma,
first season with Ricochet? Yeah.
Well, what happened was you got to remember two things. Trevor was not a good promo and he was supposed to be Mexican. So, I mean, when you hear him talk with a country accent, because he's from Kentucky.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, that was a good move. But I will say this, Trevor, you could tell he never ever told me personally, but he hated it. He hated that he couldn't talk, and he would get hot up in the ring a couple of times. I go, bro, quit being a fucking mark. Just right now, it is what it is. You know, one day they're probably gonna let you talk, but in the meantime, just chill the fuck out.
And eventually they did. I mean, he got a few words in after people had forgotten that his character was supposed to be Latino.
Right.
You know, but hey, his brothers in Boyle,
but I want to
Boyle Heights.
I want to ask you a question, you three, because you guys are super fans of the show. I really stopped watching it after season 1 when I was on it. I might have watched a little bit of 2, but I kept reading this on Twitter a lot. And they were going, oh, you know, it's going downhill. Why are they doing this? And there was almost like some sort of shift. And it wasn't just a couple people. A lot of people were like, what happened in the show that it kind of turned sour for a percentage of the people?
Who wants to go first?
Oh, well, I could say it goes back to your philosophical differences. I think you were in tune with the audience, at least in the temple. The big universal thing with fans is Lucha Underground made wrestling fans, like reborn wrestling fans. They brought them back, and it was seeing that Lucha Libre that they loved, and they went away from it.
And Byron, let me tell you something. This what Outlaw L.A. Reid, L.A. Red? What's your real name?
Justin.
Justin. Listen to this, guys. Meatloaf. Okay, check this out. Bro, I went to the following countries, okay? I went to Bolivia, Puerto Rico, Sudan, Qatar, however you want to fucking call it, all right? Chile, okay? Chile. Every single place I went, they knew what Lucha Underground was, but yet they didn't have El Rey. It was like an underground fucking, like it was really hotter than we know, you know. And I found out when I was going to these countries and you know, they were asking, you know, Ray to sign Lucha Underground stuff and ADR to sign them and me too. And I was like, wow, you guys know about Lucha Underground? They were really into it. So yeah.
Yeah, one of the running jokes during we did the first run watch through was the fact that I used to watch it illegally because they just didn't have a deal. Which
you doing a podcast about the show and never watched it legally once at the time.
The UK literally had the biggest, hottest scene at the time because it was like 2016, 15.
Yeah, super
and
hot.
like that's when like Brit Wrest was huge, and it was like, right, if you put Lucha Underground there, because everybody here knew it, and they're insane. But
let me throw in another one.
Question though was literally the fact that I, like Byron said, came back to it. I loved it.
But let me ask you, Jason. So what happened that fans kind of turned on it a little bit, in your estimation?
There was a few things. The first long hiatus and the fact that their business model didn't work out for touring.
Yeah, that long hiatus killed them.
Because
all the hiatus did.
Yeah, even the fans that were really still invested in the product, that really believed in the characters and what they were doing with the storylines, even those fans, including ourselves, started to get aggravated by the fact that they couldn't get their business model together. We couldn't get the kind of merch we wanted. We couldn't see the show. We couldn't see house shows. They couldn't keep our favorite workers employed the right way. And like everybody in that crowd was a smart fan to a certain extent. I won't call them marks because marks are people that you put a mark on to get money out of. If you're talking about the old Carney terms, we weren't marks because they weren't getting any fucking money out of us.
Right.
That's how stupid they were, that you had this crowd of smart fans sitting there at your disposal that you could be taking advantage of.
They're
not even marking us out
outside for fucking hours in the sun.
I've done it.
Yeah.
And that's the amazing thing to me. It's like, yeah, so over the course of all those years of Lucha Underground, all the times that I've been there, they literally made $65 off of me, Conan. $65. A 4-year fan. How do you only get $65 out of that guy? That's horrible. So I'm not even a Lucha Underground mark. There's no such thing as a Lucha Underground mark. You make money off of marks. They never made a penny off of any of us. It was a bad business model. But that was a big part of the shift, I think. And then season 4, they brought in a lot of indie talent that I really liked. They did a lot of great things, but You know, a lot of the complaints from the fans, especially the Latino fans, were, you know, the whitening of Lucha Underground was a big, big problem in season 4. And we've had Chris Roach and DeJoseph and EB Dub and some of those guys on the show and even asked them about it. They did not realize that they were doing it or that it was happening at all. They genuinely blank stares like, what? We just thought we were bringing in good guys and whatnot.
Right, because they're white. Because they're white.
Yeah.
So I was like, me being a Latino, I would always make sure that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a percentage. Like they were so white by season 4, they were paler than me.
And I like those performers, man. I mean, like I think Jack Swagger is a hell of a guy, nice
but
guy.
he's not a lucha guy. He's not.
Right.
He doesn't survive well in our ecosystem. It's a whole different style, bro. It's a whole different feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
and let me just say this. I want to say this. I can't talk about it right now because it may not happen, but it might. You know, there could be a possibility that I will be able to bring back lucha to the United States my way and in a grand way. And I want to bring in everything from our cultures, everything from Puerto Rican culture, Cuban culture, Mexican culture, from the music, salsa, merengue, to everything, bro. You know, the music that like Bad Bunny, you know, Zuna is doing, all that, you know, Latino urban and all that, and just fucking cool shit. Hopefully I may be able to get the chance to do that right one day.
Well, you absolutely let us know when that's happening, because we will shout it out to the world. I will say this though about the whitening of Lucha Underground. The one guy that we definitely signed off on that we loved was Kevin Cross from the get-go.
Right.
He actually even announced getting signed to Lucha Underground on our show. You know,
Really?
we've been great friends with. We saw him in one of those dark matches, and we all just knew as fans sitting there that, like, hey, this guy has something different. I want to be on board with this guy right now from day one. And we stood behind him the whole time, all the way up to where he's at now, you know, in WWE, because the guy put in the work and he showed something different, and you could just see it from day one. So he was the guy that we supported. A lot of the other ones, maybe not so much.
You know, there are certain guys, whether it's Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, or even Ricochet, Kevin Cross, that when I see them, I only need to see them once, and I know they're special. And you guys saw that too. From the way he carried himself, to his look, to respect for the business, very articulate. Just, bro, I loved working with him. And poor guy, because when I went to Mexico isn't used to like squash matches, and I needed him to squash a whole bunch of people, and they were like, oh, we're not going to fly him in just to squash somebody in 40 seconds. I'm like, bro, you got to look at the long-term picture, you know. But you know, Mexico still is a third world country, and, you know, they just can't be spending money like that, you know? Right. So it was very hard, and it was a different style, and I tried the best I could with him. And it's so funny because right before he left, he was going to do his first job. I had him undefeated. Okay. He was going to do his first job, and I was going to put him in Los Ingobernables, who right now are undefeated. So him, Rush, LA Park, that would have been so fucking badass. Yeah. And he escaped from you without me getting the job back from him. I put him over for as long as I was there, 3 years, and he never did one fucking job.
Hey, you never know. Maybe one day he'll show up with that briefcase and cash it in finally.
Yeah, no, I love him, bro. He's got nothing but love and respect from me, bro. Great guy.
One of our favorite moments ever was the Phantasma and Tejano feud that was going on when Kevin Cross got involved in it. Right. And he went into the crowd.
The popcorn.
And the crowd were trying to like attack him and stop him, and some woman went to throw herself underneath Tejano's stretcher as he like threw him off it. It was just fantastic TV.
That must have been when Vampiro was there, right? Or was that
maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know if they played his music or not.
So Vampiro was doing that shoot work with Mundo or whatever that he was trying to pull off.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you ever saw this, but I wasn't watching because I left AAA for like 2 years, I think. I went to another promotion called Crash.
Yeah, the Crash. Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, thank you. And so we did one day, I don't know how I saw it, but he was on TV, and this is a shoot, bro. He was on TV and he was talking to Fabi Apache. When she turned around, he had disappeared. And I was like, what? Did you ever see that?
No.
So he was playing some like disappearing character, a supernatural character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was
anybody that's listening to this show,
That's
write into
amazing.
Justin so Justin doesn't think I'm too high, which I am, but I did not invent that. Yeah.
No, I remember like he became an on-camera like talent person, talent executive as well.
Yeah. But he was doing some gimmick. I really didn't remember what it was. Where he was
every match had him come in, didn't it? Every kind of main event was Vampiro come down and would be throwing out the result. The cage match with Phantasma and Tejano, where they cut it to shit, and then I think Tejano nearly fucking murdered Vampiro backstage.
Yeah, bro, he got a lot of heat because fucking Phantasma called me and he was fucking livid. But even worse was this. I saw this once. They were in Juarez and they were in a cage, and Vampiro came in and Psycho Clown was in the ring, Phantasma was in the ring, and Kevin Cross was in the ring. He came in and Kevin Cross, I think, pushed him, or he pushed Kevin Cross, and I thought he was going to leave the ring, right? No, he doubled down and closed the cage door and confronted Kevin again. And I was like, wow, really? You punked Kevin, Psycho, and Phantasma? That's
not smart,
dude. You know?
Yeah.
Let me throw in this question from our friend Alex in Bakersfield. He wants to know, is there anyone else you would have brought into Lucha Underground that you didn't get a chance to, that you would have liked to have seen there?
Yeah, AR Fox. But he ended up going there, right?
And was one of my favorites. Like I was a fan of AR when he was in CZW and whatnot. But man, when he came into Lucha Underground, the stuff he did blew fucking doors for me. And it made Killshot that character too. Like
he's ridiculously talented. Listen to this. One time him and Willie Mack were in Mexico wrestling for some small promotion. I think it was DTU. And they were like, yeah, it's our day off today. And I was doing a TV taping and they said, well, if you need us, we're going to be hanging around. And from some stroke of luck, somebody missed the show that day. So I put them in the ring. They'd never been seen in Mexico. Nobody knew who the fuck they were. I've never seen this in my career. I've never seen anybody in their debut match have money thrown into the ring. And bro, they had money thrown into the ring.
Hey man, I would throw money at AR Fox right now if anybody could find his ass, man. He never.
He's in Atlanta. And I asked one of his students, this guy called Zenshi, because I'm gonna go to Atlanta to do a personal appearance. And I was like, bro, why don't we get him on the show? He goes, he's gonna ask for a lot because he's making a lot of money now giving like wrestling classes.
Yeah, and he'd be a great guy to learn from too. I mean,
he's fucking awesome.
He's fucking sick. And the stuff he did with Swerve and Lucha Underground was really good. That was one of the high points to me of some of the later seasons.
Swerve.
Yeah, Swerve ended up. Swerve hated being under a hood too, though, man. He didn't dig it.
Yeah, he didn't need a hood, bro. He's a good-looking kid.
Yeah, and he's out there now doing it without it.
NXT, he's doing his shit. Good shit. Phantasma, man, he's fucking killing it.
Yeah, Meef is probably one of the biggest Phantasma fans. I don't know if you can see all those masks back there, but 80% of them are.
This is Penta and Fenix.
Oh, so I'm gonna give you a Phantasma story just for you, Meef. It's Meef? I thought it was Meat. All right. Meatloaf sounds better, dude. So
that's why I look like Meatloaf, because I used to have hair down to my hips. So
yes, and you look like you eat meatloaf too. But anyways, here's the thing with Phantasma. So I've known Phantasma since he was a little boy, okay? And I remember I would go to the gym. You can ask him if you ever see him. His dad, Phantasma Sr., would always say, if you want to grow up to be strong like Conan, because back then I had like a bodybuilder physique, he was like, you got to eat all your food in the morning, right? So he'd always eat his food because he wanted to be big and strong. So his dad told me that they weren't really using him right in Arena Mexico. He was like in the third match. And so I talked to him and he came over here and he had never done a promo. And if you go back and you look at his debut, it was in Puebla. I'll never forget it. It was in Puebla. And I gave him the microphone. I told him to cut a promo and bury CMLL. Bro, he could not cut a promo. He was out of shape. And I told him, I go, straight up, dude, if you want to be a star, you got to look like a star. You're in really bad shape. He got in tremendous shape and he became one of my biggest studs. He was the leader of the Mercenarios. He was going to be the leader of my other group that I had. I think the Sociedad, what were we called at the end? I had some group at the end that he was going to be the leader of. And, he just turned into a big star. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look at his promos now, and the thing that we always comment on, like in NXT, was like.
But look at his promo from Puebla and his debut. I gave him the mic.
I'll check that out.
Since they don't really talk too much in CMLL, he was fucking brutal.
All right, I got another question here. This one is from unknown, hailing from unknown, height unknown, weight unknown. Is it true that someone refused to put Penta over at Ultima Lucha, leading to Penta versus Vampiro instead?
Was that in season 1?
Yeah.
Season 1.
This is the Del Rio story, isn't it?
I don't remember that. Is it something with Del Rio? I do remember that Del Rio was super, super pissed because he had a match with, I think that Marty the Moth. And it was a squash match. Okay. I mean, the fucking word is it, squash match, So he went in there and he got accused of poor Van Wagenen, and he got caught in the middle of this one. So I think Van Wagenen was the one that told Fogelman that ADR didn't want to sell for Marty the Moth, right? And so ADR went and confronted Van Wagenen. Van Wagenen didn't know that Fogelman had told ADR. So he was like, what the fuck? Who told you? And he was protecting Vampiro, but Vampiro was one that told him that he didn't sell. And he was like, well, I'm just telling you right fucking now. A squash match means just that, a squash match. You don't give the guy anything. You don't sell for him. It's your turn to look good, So, and he was really mad at him. And I got mad at Van Wagenen too, because I used to tell him, bro, and I don't want to keep picking on Van because we made amends, but he would actually get on the show, and who he personally liked, he'd put over, and who he personally disliked, he'd bury. So he'd bury me and he'd bury ADR. And I was like, hey, we're baby faces. Why is he burying us? Oh, that's just Vampiro. I go, fuck that, bro. He shouldn't be burying us. We're baby faces. You know what I'm saying? Is he a heel now? If he's a heel commentator, then he should be burying us. But he can't put over other face guys and then bury us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
who was that gorilla?
ADR, straight up, this is a true story. ADR was seconds from beating his ass, and I stopped him.
Yeah, because he can shoot. He can shoot fight.
Yes.
And
he's got a very bad temper too.
Who was in Gorilla that was in Vamp and Striker's ears? Like who was talking to them during the show?
Whoever was in the control room, usually to Joseph and the agent of that match. Like I would give Striker lines. Like, hey, the Villanos won this championship, or they did that. So I'd give him lines. I would never really tell Vamp anything because he's the type of guy that very unpredictable, is going to do what he wants anyway. So I'm like, bro, that's kind of a waste of time. So I just give Striker a lot of like historical information and shit. But my big peeve was like, you need to control this guy because he's just fucking. That's very unprofessional.
Well, I think that was one of the things that was missing. And from what I've heard from Skip and EV Dub, one of the things that they loved about having you in Lucha Underground was that kind of input and giving the historical context, whether it be from wrestling in Mexico to the Aztec stuff and kind of some of the folklore stuff that you were kind of helping them navigate through, which added to the world. But we noticed a match recently, because we've been rewatching the whole show from the beginning again, where Vampiro was saying lots and lots of very nice things about you on the mic, and we could swear to God that you were in his ear or something during that match, because it was cracking us up.
I would never tell him to talk good about me, but I just thought it was very unprofessional that your job as a commentator is to enhance the match, not be taking out your personal fucking issues on other people. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're a heel commentator and that's what you are, then you need to stick by that. You can't put over other baby faces. So he was selectively, whoever he liked is basically who he would. And I told Van Wagenen, and I like Van Wagenen. I got along with Van Wagenen, and I did. But, I told him, bro, you need to check this motherfucker. And he was like, oh, well, that's how Vampiro is. That's his style. I go, that's not professional.
All right. So here's a hypothetical for you, Conan. If Triple Mania were to be up and running tomorrow, but you could only have either Vampiro on commentary or Kevin Gill, who would it be?
I would just shoot myself twice. One doesn't know what the fuck he's saying, bro, which would be Kevin Gill, big buckethead himself. And Vampiro would steal would steal everybody's lunch. He would have no trepidations of during a match getting up and just stealing all the attention from the fans, So I had to, I was like, bro, you can't be doing that anymore. That's why he's basically not there.
Yeah, he's got a talk show now, so we'll leave
How
it
is
at
that going?
I haven't watched one yet, to be honest. So let's see. This one comes from Disco Ball Gag in Peoria, Washington.
Tremendous.
That's a great name, Disco Ball Gag. What was the plan for Conan in season 2 if you had stayed on? But did they have plans for you? Was it going to keep down this path? Did Dorian know what he was going to do with you?
Yeah, Dorian didn't write. The guys that wrote was Chris DeJoseph, some other pair.
Chris
Roach.
Yeah.
And then another third guy. There was like 3 guys. The short guy, I forgot his name.
Yeah, I forget him too.
But anyways, those were the guys that were really writing the show. And I just think that once they knew that I was on my way out, they, because I would always ask Chris, what's going on? What's going on? He very disingenuously was, I don't know. But he knew exactly what's going on. And so I think once they knew that I was on my way out, that's why they wrote me off the show. They put me in a casket or some shit.
Now, did they ever take any input from you into the writing room? I mean, it feels like your hands were definitely on a lot of that early stuff, but was that just from agenting, or did they actually incorporate some of your knowledge base into the writing?
Yeah, no, I would give them a couple of ideas here and there how to make things better, but it was mostly them, And like I said, my whole thing was when I came to grips that, okay, I'm not going to be writing this like I was promised. I was like, I'm going to try to keep it as authentic as I can. So whenever they do something that would break with that, I would just fucking go nuts, and maybe I think I melted down way too many times and they just said, fuck this guy,
So how did it actually end, Conan? I mean, like, what was the breaking point? Did they tell you to kick rocks? Did you tell them to kick rocks? What happened? How did it actually come to an end?
Well, it was just building up, because, I would, I will give you an example, bro. One time, I had a big issue with Sexy Sarbi. She did not want to sell. Listen to this, for Brian Cage. Okay. And I was like, bro, you're giving these girls way too much power, because Evelise would be cutting promos on Jack Evans, on Angelico, on Matt Cross. If you've ever met like Angelico, Matt, they're the coolest, most chill out guys. She's always cutting promos, and then she had like a cast on her leg, and they were still letting her guys with crutches. And she was telling, I was like, bro, you're giving these girls way too much power. They don't want to sell. They don't want to do any. So I was just always complaining about what I thought was wrong, because in Mexico, there's no way that would happen.
Right.
And because you have to have discipline to have organization and to have respect and to have professionalism, so, they were into that whole woman empowerment thing that, LA being LA, and Robert Rodriguez was into it, and all the snowflakes were kind of into it. So, yeah, I'm all for women empowerment. Cool. I am too. But they were like taking advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? And when you're her size and when you're Brian Cage's size and you want to sell for him, we've got a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Taya Brian Cage match was fire. That shit was the right way to do it. Whatever got it to there was great. But the stuff that they did in season 1, especially like the weird rapey shit with Angelico and Evilise, that stuff was just creepy, man. We've been watching it recently, and it's just like, wow, that was off the mark.
Yeah.
And it didn't make sense. And the Big Rick Sexy Star thing, that one didn't make sense either. But,
Here's another thing I want to say. I want to give much props to Dario Cueto. What a professional. What an incredible. I saw him in some show the other day, he looked, but anyways.
Yeah, Luis Fernandez Gil, he's a great guy.
Yeah, and what I loved about working with him was that when, usually when I do a promo, I'm usually the most experienced guy and I have to carry the other guy. And obviously when I was young, they did the same thing for me. But when I was with Dario, it was incredible because we kind of carried each other. We fed off of each other's energy, and Skip was really cool. Skip was really cool because he actually brought us a scene once, which I thought was fucking dope. That famous scene where Robert De Niro and Al Pacino from Heat
Oh, yeah.
Table, and they finally meet. Bro, he gave us that scene, and I was like, really? Is that like what you really think we can do? And we just looked at it once, and then we just fucking carried that energy to the promo, and working with him was fucking incredible, bro. That was a highlight for me over there, and working with Skip was a big highlight too.
Yeah, Skip is amazing. We did a 2-part interview with him on this show and got to ask him about a lot of those. And he told us that, he got inspiration from a lot of different places because, he was a guy who made all those hot trailers in Hollywood. So he knew how to cut for Ridley Scott and for Steven Spielberg and for Robert Rodriguez. Like, he knows every big director style because he's the guy that makes their trailers, and he makes them hot. He makes them fire. So, he was bringing that to Lucha Underground and creating his own style kind of out of that fact that he's the ultimate guy to pay homage to those directors.
Bro, he had one time I did this scene like in the water where I was fighting a whole bunch of guys, and he brought like his Taekwondo instructor to teach me how to do everything right. And then I forgot the name of the movie, but he was really into this Japanese martial arts thing for Pentagon, and he made me watch that movie, and I was like, well, I didn't even know this guy existed. But, he was very cerebral guy.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. So I do want to talk to you about Phoenix and Penta, and especially their early runs. Right. Phoenix seemed like the guy who was the young buck coming out of Mexico that got the push season 1. Were you one of the people behind him getting that push? How did that come about? Because when you go back and watch it now, it makes perfect sense knowing who Phoenix is now. But back then, I was excited to see Drago. I was excited to see Penta because I cracked up with his stuff with Aussie Suicide that was going on in AAA. I love that stuff. Cracked me up. I didn't know much about Phoenix. And he comes in, and then all of a sudden, he's the guy getting the rub that first season. Who knew? Because somebody obviously knew.
Well, I knew because I'll tell you why. When Rey Mysterio first debuted in WWE, he came back to AAA. It might have been I want to say 2012, but it might have been later. But around that time, he wasn't in WWE anymore, and I brought him back. And I remember we were in Guadalajara. I'll never forget it because the show got canceled the day before because it was raining. And I remember telling Ray, see this kid right here? His name is Phoenix. He goes, he met you when he was 12 years old in a mall, and he didn't get to talk to you because there were so many people, and he cried that day. And I go, he wants to shake your hand, Ray, but he's going to be the next great high flyer out of Mexico. And they shook hands. And when he later saw him in Lucha, in AAA and then Lucha Underground, he was like, wow, you were right. Because Phoenix that guy was special from the moment I saw him. And when I met him in Pentagon, this is a true story. I had actually met him they were inside of a ring, and they were just practicing around, and they were dressed so poorly that I thought they might be kids that lived in the street. So I really felt sorry for them, and I wanted to help them. Plus the fact that they were talented as fuck. And I was like, okay, look, I can't just bring you into AAA. So we're going to have these tryouts, go to the tryouts. And I remember they went to the first tryout, and, Dorian's dad and him, well, we're not sure. And I was like, bro, why do I even have to ask you guys? Hasn't my history been good enough of me, creating stars that I don't have to get you? Well, we need to see him again. And then one time, Pentagon can tell you the story, and I think this is when I got over with them. We were at this show, and they made him wait till after the show was over to do the tryout. So they'd been there for fucking 6-7 hours, bro. It was fucking 3 a.m. That's when we were finally getting out of there. And they came back to me, and they were really sad. And they were like, yeah, I guess we're not going to get to do our tryout. And I was like, fuck that. Put the fucking ring up, and we're going to have a tryout right now. And everybody's going to stay, and everybody's going to fucking watch it. And I think that really impressed them. They never forgot that, but that's the way I am. You know what I'm saying? When I believe in somebody or something, I'm going to go the extra mile, and, Phoenix came the other day over here because he doesn't live too far from me. He gave me some Boston Celtics sneakers, it's all love, and I love those guys. And whether it's Rey Mysterio or the original Psychosis or Halloween or LAX or Ty or any of those people, You know, I love all those guys. You know what I'm saying? We spend a lot of time together. You know, watch for the next people that are coming. Daga and Taurus and Laredo Kid and Hijo de Vikingo and Viano and all those guys, bro. There's a new group that's going to be coming too, and they're going to kill it.
Yeah, Daga and Taurus are high on my list right now. And Phoenix, he has a crazy story with Lucha Underground because things got real trepidatious there in the middle for him because his situation with AAA was weird. So all of us Lucha Underground fans, we didn't know what was going on, you know, and you had him down there in the Crash for a while and other places, and we're helping him out. Like, what was it like for him, you know, from a worker standpoint, going through that? Like, we all know contracts or whatever, like shit happens, shit gets tenuous sometimes and whatever. But what was it like for him going through that experience to be able to come out of it on the other side now and be universally respected as one of the top guys out there?
You know, which contract, the AAA contract or the Lucha?
Yeah, both of them. I mean, it was all kind of rolled together.
Yeah,
and
simultaneously, yeah, because if you had heat with AAA, you had heat with Lucha Underground. So, yeah. You know, at first he was afraid because, you know, they were actually sending cease and desist letters and promoters like, yeah, we're not going to use them. And that's actually how me and Dorian actually had to talk again. I'm going to tell my story the way it should be told instead of other people saying it. What actually happened is that Ed Nordholm from Impact Wrestling is very good friends with Dorian. Okay. Mm-hmm. And he told me one day, he goes, just so you know, you keep using Pentagon and Phoenix, you know that's not their names. This guy's going to keep suing you. And if you put him on TV, he's going to sue you, just so you know. So I basically had a meeting with Dorian where I just basically said, okay, is there any way that, because, you know, those were my two biggest stars, is there any way that we can pay you a percentage or we can come to some agreement so they can use those names, you know? And he was really mad at me. You know, he was like, yeah, you know, you've been insulting me on your podcast and you're talking about my mom and all this. And, you know, and he was very, he was like, no way, basically, you know, like, fuck off, actually. And so the guy from Crash was really mad with me that I went to talk to Dorian. He thought I was going back to AAA to ask for work. And I was like, no, motherfucker, I'm trying to get him to quit suing us because we're going to fucking go broke pretty soon with all these fucking cease and desist letters, you know? So Phoenix was very afraid because, you know, he didn't want to have to pay lawyers' fees, and he didn't want, you know, some promoters are like, fuck it, he can sue us all he wants. And other promoters like, no, we're not going to use you. So it was a really hard time for him. And thank God I was able to fix the situation, because when Crash finally, they actually let me go. And then Dorian called me and he was like, is this an angle? Is this a shoot? And I was like, no, it's for real. And then, you know, he sat down and he talked to me, and then, you know, we kind of squashed everything, you know what I'm saying? And I came back, and really straight up, I would tell you if it wasn't, it's been 3 beautiful years since I came back. You know, everything he promised me, he did. And he's been very easy to work with, you know, very easy to work with. And I think that he recognizes some of the mistakes that he made in Lucha Underground and other places.
I've said this on our show before too. Like I've only talked to Dorian a couple of times and haven't had a ton of interaction with him, but it seems like there was a point during Lucha Underground actually between seasons 3 and 4, where he turned a corner. He stopped doing a lot of the stuff that, you know, made fans angry, that was getting him heat with us and getting him heat with the boys too. And I don't know exactly what it was, if there was some catalyst. The way I looked at Dorian, honestly, was that he was this guy who was trying to impress his buddies, whether it was those original Lucha Underground owners or it was the Combates Americas guys over there with ADR, whatever it was. It felt like every time Dorian was in a room, he was trying to impress somebody. But for some reason, maybe just age, wisdom, time, maybe somebody got in his ear or something, it seemed like about 2.5 years ago, he just really turned a corner and changed. Was there something going on there?
I don't know, but he has changed 100%, bro. When I talked to him, and I was like, let's see how much bullshit this guy's going to throw at me. And when I talked to him, he was very, like, he never said, I'm sorry, but you could tell he was sorry. You know, he regretted. I think, I'm going to tell you the truth, bro. I really think that when I left, he was like, okay, well, I brought Vampiro in, right? I thought he'd be able to fill his place. Okay. And Pentagon, Phoenix, Garza, Daga, Jack Abbott, all these people, most of them have contracts, and they still left with him. And and he doesn't even have TV. You know, I think when a lot of wrestlers left and they had to change the way they did business in the promotion, they had to, I'll give you an example. This was like one of the things that Pentagon and Phoenix were actually mad at, and Daga too, Taya. From Mexico City to Laredo, it's 17 hours. And they would get on a bus, and it's not a nice bus either. 17 hours to go all the way over there. Then they'd wrestle. And then to save money on a hotel, they wouldn't even get them a hotel so they could change and take a shower and shit. They'd bring them right back to Mexico. That fucking stopped. You know, now people are being flown. So changes are being made. And I think all those people leaving and me leaving, I think that was a huge wake-up call. Like, you don't know what you have until you lose it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey everyone, it's Denise Salcedo here in Lucha Central with a reminder of where and when to catch all of the great network content this week. Get the full lineup and listen to all of our shows in the podcast network section of luchacentral.com. Monday, Lucha Libre Figures and Facts returns with a brand new episode. Find the video version of each episode on the Lucha Central YouTube page at luchacentral.com or listen on your favorite podcast platform. On Tuesdays, Mass, Mats, and Mayhem takes you inside the world of Lucha Underground as they take you weekly through the series with the benefit of hindsight and the benefit of special guests from the groundbreaking series. Check out the premiere video stream every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern on the Lucha Central YouTube channel and at luchacentral.com. Then listen to it on your favorite podcast platform every Wednesday. Tuesday nights live, it's Wrestle Boss, where Fabi Chulo talks MMA and pro wrestling with special guests and listener call-ins. Visit WrestleBossLive.com Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific to listen live or call in with questions or download the show on podcast platforms on Wednesdays. Wednesday nights live on Facebook, it's Spanish show La Mesa de los Margaros, giving you both the news and the chisme from around the lucha world. Special guests and a whole lot of fun make it one of the most talked about shows in Mexico. Thursdays, it's Straight Out of the Bodega with Papo Esco and PWR promoter Gabriel Ramirez as they have guests from throughout the wrestling world pull up to give an inside look into their careers. From indie standouts to television superstars, each week brings a new name and perspective. On Friday, it's your double dose of Lucha Central Weekly podcast, one in English y el otro en español. Lucha Central Weekly is where you'll find all the top stories of the week, both inside and out of the ring from Mexico and anywhere luchadores are in action across the globe. Be sure to subscribe and follow all your favorite Lucha Central Network series on your favorite podcast platforms, either by their own series name or subscribe to the Lucha Central Podcast Network show pages to get all of the shows in one easy feed. And please consider giving a rating to help more fans find the shows that you love. For now, this is Denise Salcedo signing off from Lucha Central. Have a great week.
So it's time for our Lucha Gauntlet matchup. I believe we have 15 athletes in all. They will enter at equally timed intervals. You can be eliminated from the matchup by pinfall, submission, or countout. And we start out with one of the cult sensations of Lucha Underground. The guy founded a restaurant down the street, Bardalio Cueto. We're talking about Mariachi Loco.
Man, I love him, dude. And there's a story behind this song. When the mariachis do a party in Mexico, a wedding or anything like that, and they play this song called Mariachi Loco, I'm telling you, the people lose their minds, and all of the mariachis dance, and it's such a huge tradition. And he's the only one that I've ever seen in the United States or anywhere else in the ring do it right. I love him. I'm a fan of his, man. I think he's great.
But not the best win-loss record in Lucha Underground, and also the longest odds in this match coming out first.
Exactly.
And now, from Los Angeles, Lil Cholo!
Well, you want to talk about a veteran of the Lucha Libre Independent Wars. Somebody we've seen on Lucha Underground as well. 2 decades in the business. A certifiable badass is Lil Cholo.
Now, I don't know if that is the world's biggest mini, if that is a living Mexican Buddha, or if he is a Mexican sushi chef. Regardless, Little Cholo has been my friend for too long. So long that he's not my friend anymore.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He's consistent.
He's tough enough. He can be anything he wants to be.
That was so funny. That was so funny.
And Lil Cholo, again, the longest odds in this matchup. The Lucha Gauntlet, this is 1 and 2 in the ring. And 2 men who have met before, and 2 men who have been allies, have been friends. Lucha homies together are Lil Cholo and Mariachi Loco. These guys are friends, partners, homies, so you got to wonder how that's going to change the dynamic of how this matchup starts. This is not a typical matchup you'd see.
You can't say anything bad about the LGBT community. Why'd you just call them homos?
I said homies.
Oh, shit. I thought you said there were 2 homos.
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. This thing is...
Yeah, blame the headset, sure.
You're right. These 2 guys are like brothers. It's surprising. Well, okay, they're homies.
Yes. But, I mean, what would you do if you had the longest odds in this match? You're going to be in the ring for, what, 20, 25, 30 minutes if you're lucky.
Yeah. But you know what? Little Cholo is one of those guys that has... You want to talk about a guy who's paid his dues and absolutely loves the business. These 2 guys, but I'm telling you, man, I got nothing but major, major love for both of them. When they were in Lucha Underground, I did everything I could in my power to make sure they had a break. And they were there for all 4 seasons.
Now, here's a question for you.
Sure.
These guys obviously are close friends.
Yes.
Do you think there's going to be an allegiance formed between the 2 once we get some new blood in this ring? Or we won't even get there. We need a cover. Mariachi almost eliminated.
I mean, what do you get when you win the match? A bigger payday.
Yeah.
Friendship goes out the window, my brother.
That's true.
You know?
Would it be smart to say, let's get rid of everybody else and settle it between friends, so either way one of us wins it, or do you not trust anybody?
Man, when you're in a battle royal, you don't. There is no friends, you know?
Okay.
And now, Mr. Iguana!
Okay, you're going to have to explain something to me because I have no idea what the hell is going on right now.
Well, it's Mr. Iguana, and you can tell by the tongue he certainly replicates the mentality of his favorite reptile. And I think the Iguana, oh, look out!
Wow.
To the outside to Cholo. And
I mean, he's quick.
Yes. Iguana recently debuting for AAA, trying to make some inroads there. And nicely done.
Good. Good.
And Iguana, I believe Iguana was looking to pin Mariachi, but Cholo with the interruption. Interesting there.
There you go. Look at that. Friendship.
There we go.
If I was Cholo, I'd sucker punch Mariachi right now.
Well, perhaps looking to get Iguana out and settle amongst themselves. We'll see how that shapes up.
Man, Little Cholo is improved so much.
Without question.
Yep.
And one of those guys who's been in the business forever, but I mean, there's no expiration date there. He gets better every time we see him.
Yep, no doubt about it. And he buys his wrestling gear in the kids section at Kmart because he gets those shorts and those shoes.
And again, the double team by the Lucha homies, Iguana. Caught in a bad way. That mariachi dance, now double team.
But look at Little Cholo was eyeing him up from the
Nice.
side saying, I don't know if I'm going to trust you, man.
Yeah, there's a cover. Iguana.
And now,
Assuming the Iguana pose and a
Dragon
kick out.
Yuki.
Oh, my. Well, this is number 4 at this point, entering the fray, Dragon Yuki. Dragon Yuki, an 18-year pro, trained by Super Delphin, appeared in a number of promotions throughout Mexico and Japan, AAA, All Japan, Michinoku Pro, and bringing a size advantage to this matchup. And normally in Battle Royals, we would pose the question, how do you get Dragon Yuki over the top rope? The over the top rope's not a part of this right now. How are you going to get this guy down to pin him, though?
That guy looks like a big red and black panda.
And Iguana bouncing off of what you referred to as the panda. And I guess when Iguanas land on their back, they do that.
Yes. What's that guy's name? Yuki what?
Dragon Yuki.
Dragon Yuki.
Yes.
What the fuck is a Dragon Yuki?
It's him. That's what a Dragon Yuki is.
Okay.
The one and the same.
He's like one of them big dragons on the island that eats other dragons.
Okay.
What are they called?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. A kimono fucking dragon.
Okay.
But he's an overweight one. He's half panda, half dragon.
Then he must have eaten a lot of the dragons.
There you go.
Leg drop to Mr. Iguana, who's in a bad way right now. Mr. Iguana keeps freezing up in there.
But this is something that is
And
synonymous
now,
with Japanese wrestlers. They might look like they're overweight and not agile. You got to remember, sumo wrestling is the national sport. Sumo wrestlers are looked at like gods in Japan. So even though they have that body type, it doesn't mean a thing. They are strong. They are aggressive. They are mean. So even though I'm joking around, I wouldn't say it to his face. He'd probably kick my ass.
Touche. Serpentico, entrant number 5. We talked about him earlier on as one of the instructors helping out at Team 3D Academy. We saw Serpentico with his tag team partner Oraculo in competition at last year's Expo Lucha. But he's got 13 different opponents to prepare for here tonight, and certainly outsized against Dragon Yuki.
It's got a devastatingly cool mask, though. It kind of looks like a Roman gladiator.
Without a doubt, yeah. And gets the momentum on his side and takes Dragon over. Mr. Iguana back to his feet.
Hit him like a motherfucker. Slap him. Beat his ass.
Stepping over Dragon Yuki to get the head of steam and take down the Iguana. Man, we got so many diverse personalities in the ring right now. This ring beginning to fill up. And the more luchadors enter at once, the more dangerous this match gets.
We got little Cholo who's like a little mini Buddha just tearing it up in there.
Oh, speaking of pandas, Vamp.
Damn.
Oh, no! Ultimo Panda took down the whole set practically.
Unbelievable.
Vamp, he just got here. It's already pandemonium.
Ah, shit. That was funny as hell.
Perhaps your favorite from Expo Lucha last year.
I love the Ultimo Panda.
There's nobody like Ultimo Panda, the Japanda native, who has that bright smile, his trust falls, and everything else that comes with him. And he's in no hurry to get in there.
No, he just about wrecked the whole show, too.
Yes, he did. Ultimo Panda, you have broken Expo Lucha.
Okay.
I can dig it. And going a little Gungam style on us there, but
Man, you called it. You know, Mariachi Loco and Little Cholo are teaming up. That you can see that their friendship is kind of persevering. Is that the right word?
yes. Oh, and you know what? If I couldn't get that cash prize, I'd want my best friend to get it.
And now, Human Tornado.
All the hits keep on coming. Rudy Ray Moore's favorite wrestler.
It looks like Ultimo Panda has ran out of panda juice.
He has. All the juice got used in the prior match.
Okay, I've never been able to understand this guy.
Human Tornado?
He's just weird.
Yes.
He's dressed weird. He's an oddball.
Well, he draws inspiration from Dolomite, which was a series of blaxploitation movies back in the 1970s. Dolomite was played by Rudy Ray Moore. He was just a jive-talking ass kicker.
I think he draws inspiration from Tent City by the looks of things.
Okay, well.
But you know what? I love this little deal.
Check out the rhythm.
I remember him from the way back, and he's one of those guys that it just pisses me off that because of the politics in this bullshit industry, it never got the break that he should have. But doesn't matter where he is or what time of day, he brings it, and there's a reason that he rocks the house because he's unique.
Yes. WSX alumnus, if I'm correct, and Panda hit downstairs. And Panda's in a bad, bad way right now. Now focusing on Dragon Yuki, as I don't believe we've had any eliminations yet, and action continues to press on. Tornado sent in, and Tornado able to take down Yuki in spite of that size. I'm impressed. Tornado showing off the guns.
Everything is good about him except his hair. I just don't get it. But you know what it reminds me of? You know who it reminds me of? The guy in Fishbone. The singer in Fishbone. Do you know the band?
Okay, yeah. Oh, God. Look, speaking of singing.
Oh, for the love of God, you've got to be kidding me. It's bad enough that I had to kiss Conan's ass tonight. Now I got this J. Brone coming in the ring.
Who let Disco Inferno in here? Well, Disco pulled me aside earlier, and he wanted me to tell everybody that he's in the best shape of his life. He makes no excuses about his performance here tonight, but he's also nursing 14 injuries.
That's what he told me, the same thing. He's got ingrown toenails. He fell on a bottle last night, and it's still stuck in his butt cheeks. And, well, he's Disco Inferno. And but you know what? Disco Inferno kicked my ass many a night in WCW. We had wars.
Yeah, he's Disco dancing. You're not going to win the Lucha Gauntlet that way, though, and I don't think anybody's very impressed by Disco Fever taking over Expo Lucha 2019.
Let me tell you something right now. Disco Inferno is a vet. Mm-hmm. He does have some serious injuries. But look at him. He is bringing it, and his energy level is high, and he's in there mixing it up with everybody.
Former WCW Cruiserweight champion, television champion.
Yep, and he's a hell of a spaghetti cook and a dishwasher.
Black Taurus!
Oh, man. Now, all joking aside, these poor guys in the ring are about to get the living shit beat out of them. Forgive me that I'm saying it like that, but we all speak French. This guy right here is going to put some hurt on people. He is a rock star in AAA, and he's violent, dude. He will beat you like there's no tomorrow.
Check out Iguana!
Yeah, well, Iguana's about to get fucked
up. Check out what used to be Iguana.
Yeah.
Toros just runs through him, and this match has stopped. Oh, God!
Yeah, nobody wants to get in the way of Toros. Look at he's shaking.
Like Iguana's weightless.
No, Iguana's dead.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And Toros has been having breakout performance after breakout performance. Dragon Yuki
just got demoted to Mosquito Yuki.
And we are clearing the ring thanks to Toros, Match of the Year candidate in PWG, high profile in AAA. Oh,
Dragon Yuki has been eliminated.
Yeah, I think Disco is telling the Panda, let me give you some leaves to eat. Let's stay in the corner.
Has been eliminated.
Toros is just brutal, man. He's violent. And
he's going to get Disco. Oh, Disco pulled the Panda in his way.
Toros will hurt you.
Toros is running the table.
He's going to treat little Cholo like a little spring roll, and he's going to eat him alive.
Cholo with a neck breaker. And Disco from behind. Russian leg sweep. Oh, no, Vamp. Do you know what this is?
Nope.
This is the Village People's Elbow.
What?
The YMCA, the disco dance, and nobody there. What a goof. What a jackass.
How dare you say that stuff
and
about
now,
wrestlers?
The mini
Disco.
I'm kidding, man.
Oh, my gosh. Wait a minute. Look at this.
What?
We got a whole contingent of minis coming out. And they're going right for Disco. Anything can happen. We got Luchador Sorpresas here. I didn't know the minis were involved. They're all beating the hell out of Disco.
I don't even know what's going on right now, but it looks dope as hell.
As Bobby Heenan would say, it looks like a riot at a daycare center. Disco's been, he's got 3 luchadors on top of him, and they pinned Disco!
You gotta be kidding me.
Has been eliminated.
Disco's gone. Disco's dead.
Yes, Disco is dead,
now,
brother. And you got 3 little dudes in there.
Being introduced by Jack Fancy, Tyler Bateman.
And here's somebody that's not all there. Violent sociopathic tendencies. Not that man. That's Jack Fancy representing Tyler Bateman. And another one of those guys who's a little bit off and gets pleasure out of hurting people.
That whole hipster curly mustache thing pisses me off to no end. But the coolest thing that I've seen so far this weekend is that dude's sparkly shoes.
And we got a cover end.
Wow, he's in there meaning business.
I'm not sure if that is all the I guess you got to pin every mini. Or maybe you don't.
Well, when you go to mini putt, what's the rules? It ain't a golf game.
Yeah, well, I guess pinning one mini since they all came out together.
I mean, if they stood on each other's shoulders, it would make up one dude, wouldn't they?
About that, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well, they're still attempting to fight, and Tyler is not in a laughing mood. He wants some competition his own size, and he just found it.
Well, he just fucked up because Taurus is going to probably kill him. Now, explain something to me.
Nobody's budging. This is irresistible force and immovable object, to use the cliche.
Nice. Ooh, these guys are swinging for the fences.
Yeah. Taurus is thick, but Bateman may have an inch or 2 in height. And check out Serpentico.
Check out little Cholo.
Yeah, everybody getting a piece.
Cholo jumped off the top ropes, and he was still at their knees.
Kid.
Mariachi Loco is still. Uh-oh.
Laredo Kid.
Laredo Kid took Mexico by storm by winning Lucha Capital, and now he's got a full-time gig in AAA, schooling it. He's part of the Trios Champions, and he is one of the superstars in the world today, and God bless him.
And Laredo Kid recently striking out on his own in AAA thanks to the endorsement of La Parca.
Ooh.
Los Jinetes del Aire, the Trios Champions, they won that title with Laredo Kid, but thanks to the endorsement of La Parca, Laredo Kid found himself teaming with Penta and Phoenix against the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. It was a banner career performance for Laredo Kid, whose star keeps rising. A victory in this gauntlet is just icing on that cake.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He made a name for it. Well, he's continuing to make a name for himself because if you can hang with, I don't care about those AEW jerk-offs. If we're going to talk about Phoenix and Pentagon,
we have
those are the rock stars in my book.
Quest.
Somebody that I know impressed the hell out of you earlier on in our afternoon card, Young Fuego, Adrian Quest, and he's making a beeline to the ring.
Yeah, man.
And again, notice the different dynamic of this gauntlet compared to other battle royals when over the top rope's not a fact. Oh, God!
Shit.
Adrian hit hard.
Ooh. Dude, is he okay?
Adrian couldn't get the rotation he wanted, and he landed right on the top of his head.
Brother, he fell on his head from the top rope.
I mean, he's moving. He's trying to keep the adrenaline running, but, man, that just stunted his momentum. Laredo,
holy shit.
He could be out already. And
he could have been dead.
Yeah. Looking for a kick out. You saw Adrian kicking with his legs to struggle to kick out there.
Oh, my God. See,
but
that's part of the allure. That's part of the attractiveness of Lucha Libre, these death-defying, suicidal attempted moves. I mean, God forbid something happens, but that's what keeps us as fans on the edges of our seats. That was the beauty of WSX. They were the ones, man, I saw a match at WSX where a guy stuffed his head into a fish tank of live piranhas. What the hell was that about?
Now, wait a minute. This guy looks familiar. This is El Snowflake officially, but he is as a stark resemblance to somebody we just saw in this matchup, and we'll roll with it. El Snowflake, the man who proudly proclaimed to me that he was the only black guy in the movie Nacho Libre, has returned for his second straight Expo Lucha.
This is, like, so fucking cool.
Vampiro is stunned right now.
I'm freaked out, man. I'm loving this.
El Snowflake staring off with Adrian Quest.
Yes.
And how great is it to see Adrian Quest back on his feet and going on the offensive?
You know what? Adrian Quest better go to church tomorrow, Sunday morning, and say thank you to God that he can continue, because I'm telling you, all joking aside, that could have been very, 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 very dangerous, very bad, man.
Snowflake hiding behind the referee, and that enables him to get the shot to the eyes.
He's a big guy. What is he, 6'5"?
Yeah, something like that.
Jeez. You know who he reminds me of?
Who's that?
That dude,
And now,
Venus
we
Flytrap from
La
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Wow.
How about that? Vamp is on point.
Last year you gave me Thomas Hearns. This year you gave me WKRP in Cincinnati.
There we go. Here we go. One of the famous Alvarado family. These guys, he's got brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles. They got about 30, and I'm not joking, about 30 guys that their whole family for generations are in the wrestling business.
El Papi de Papis, we saw La Mascala a year ago as part of Expo Lucha. Back again, what a feather in his cap it would be, but how can he get through total stop as I remove my pants?
And he's got some tape on his butt cheeks, and I can't explain it, but it looks pretty cool. Maybe he's like a Mexican Highlander. Or what was that movie with Mel Gibson?
Braveheart?
There you go. Maybe he put the paint on. Instead of going on his face, he scratched his butt. I'm just saying.
Well, you can take his life, but you can't take his chances of winning the Lucha Gauntlet here this evening.
Playing a little dirty, but you know what? It's too early in the game. It's too early in the game to give your back to the open ring like that when you got guys that are just as hungry as you and you want the victory.
Oraculo!
Who?
Oraculo, the tag team partner of Serpentico. I think Serpentico's still around out there somewhere.
Do you know what that name means?
What does it mean?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
No, I don't know.
See, I thought you're the guy with the notebook.
I'm trying. Can't get everything. Maybe Kleinrock knows.
I don't know, but he's writing some kind of notes. Kevin Kleinrock, the brain behind all of this.
You can see the wheels moving in the head of Kevin Kleinrock, and you can see the focus on the face of Oraculo as he steps into the ring, into the Lucha Gauntlet.
Yep, don't give me the notes. Give it to somebody else, Kevin. Thank you very much after I put you over like a motherfucker.
Oraculo and Serpentico luchador creations from the mind of artist Pale Horse.
Pale Horse was a famous Comanche war chief. Did you know that?
I did not.
Well, you just do.
I've learned so much here, like 40% of which I never thought I'd learn in my entire life or ever want to. But notice this gauntlet is just spilled all over the building at this point, and I don't believe it's falls count anywhere. I don't think you can get eliminated out there, but you can certainly do a lot of damage. Mariachi's still out there, and he was number one.
Yes, he is. And you know what? He's a smart dude. But this match, you've got to be in the ring to win. Forget about the bullshit stupidness on the outside. Snowflake taking it to Little Cholo. He had to go on his knees to hit him in the head.
Snowflake, certainly the tallest in this matchup right now. And again, if it were top rope rules, that would be more of a factor in this matchup. But a lot more even keel.
We have Thiago.
Who? I didn't hear that.
Well, he comes to the curtain. This is Thiago.
Where's his music?
Well, he's not going to wait for his music because he wants to get into the fight. An athlete who's appeared in promotions like AAA and the Crash.
Nice missile dropkick. Yeah, now you put his music on in the ring.
Formerly known as Mini Charlie Manson is Thiago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And here we go. Nice Hurricane Rana. And this guy brings a lot of speed. He brings a compact frame. He's going to change the mood of this match.
Nice. Very nice. That's a big mouthful there, taking on towers like that, especially when he's 3 times your size.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
But you know what? Thiago's getting that speed behind him that it's making up for that lack of body weight.
Yeah, and look at Little Cholo and Mariachi. They're still in there.
Yeah, numbers 1 and 2 respectively. And we're nearing the end of the field.
Okay, I'm really getting...
Mariachi firing away. Bateman in trouble. And on top, Mariachi could be out here. And yeah, that forearm shot stunned Mariachi and got rid of him. Man, and I don't know if you can call that an upset based on how long he was in that matchup, but certainly something unexpected. But that shows you the danger of Bateman. Adrian Quest has Cholo pinned. Cholo's out.
Dean Ron McDonald.
Oh, Vamp, don't look now. It's your worst nightmare.
Yeah, explain this to me because I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. He looks like a cross between Pimpinella and Sin Bodhi.
This is Dirty Ron McDonald. He is a crazed clown. It is alleged that he's on some type of controlling substances. He's not all there. He runs an organization called Fist Combat. He wrestled Nick Gage about a week ago.
Who the hell is this?
Now what do we have?
I got no clue. But
this thing is completely falling apart. We got an angry clown. We got Adrian Quest.
But who are those other two dudes that just came out there with no announcement?
And
I don't know who the hell they are.
Well, they're on the outside now.
They're pissing me off.
And Oraculo and Serpentico having to fight off these outside forces. A suicide dive.
Dude, I got no clue what the hell is going on, but that is the beauty of WSX. It's all about surprises.
Anything can happen.
Yes, who gives a shit about the standard rules in pro wrestling? Let it all go.
And what does this mean for Serpentico and Oraculo in this match?
Who cares?
Okay.
It's awesome. I don't know who these dudes are, but they just went out there and just destroyed these guys.
Well, they're doing some damage, whoever they are.
Yeah, but that little guy who wants to be Juventud Guerrera just got his ass kicked.
And you can hear the thud on this thick wooden platform.
They're beating the living shit out of these two guys, and I don't even know who they are.
Yeah, and you got to believe this is going to lead to Serpentico and Oraculo getting counted out of this match.
Yeah, who are those dudes, man?
I don't know, but, I mean, action continues. Laredo Kid, Tortoise.
Serpentico and Oraculo have been counted out.
Yeah, they're gone. And apparently somebody with an agenda, and we'll pursue that story as it presses on as best we can. But, La Mascala on the receiving end from Tortoise.
This is another specialty of WSX. This is a 75-minute match, and it's just beginning. Nobody cares that Taco Bell closes in 45 minutes except me. Oh, big forearm to the chops. What's the matter with you? Torres is going to get pissed off and fire up
and
right now.
And he's looking to unmask Torres.
That's something that Big Poppy, super sexy Poppy, Poppy should not be doing, because you touch that guy's mask and you are going to get schooled in a big bad way.
Absolutely, but La Mascala is trying to...
The good thing about this is the night is just beginning. We've got 17 matches to go.
We do not.
Yes, we do.
Our main event is just a heartbeat or two away as this matchup continues to press on. Laredo Kid out there with Tiago. I love the quickness of Tiago. I love the fact that he brings a speed that really nobody in this matchup can match up with right now.
Everybody doesn't care that I have to go home now. My mom gave me a curfew.
A Pescado.
A what?
A Pescado to the outside. I'll write you a note for your curfew. It's going to be okay.
What the hell is a Pescado?
We'll get you some. It's a wrestling move. Where have you been?
Pescado.
Pescado.
Fish.
Fish.
You fly like a fish. That's what that means. See? I teach you shit.
You do.
Okay, here comes that mental-looking clown. I'm sorry. What would be the politically correct way to say that? Because right now I can just hear Matt Stryker rolling over in his grave.
Mentally challenged, mentally deficient.
He's fucked up, dude.
Mentally
He's
different.
on drugs.
That would work.
But I've never seen a dude who kind of looks like Pimpinella and is not Pimpinella.
Those are two interesting traits, yes. But he just got knocked out by Tyler, and that'll do it.
And
Ron
Tyler
Ding
threw a little
McDonald
bit of
has
salt
been
in the wound there with
eliminated.
that knee across the face, you
Yeah.
know? He was probably like, can you get the hell out of here now because you just unraveled my mustache.
That's the second man Tyler's eliminated with just one forearm strike.
Yeah, he's a tough dude.
Well, we'll see if Laredo Kid can figure out the formula to stop him. Giving up size and certainly, Laredo with a driver.
Yeah, watch Juventud come out and start crying.
Moonsault. Second one? Yeah. Is that enough? Hook of the leg. He's done it.
Yes, he did.
Tyler Bateman has been eliminated.
As action continues to spill back here, and Tiago still in there, Adrian Quest still in there, Laredo Kid still in there.
Do we got any other people coming out, or
Cross
is this kind
body.
of like coming to the end here?
This is it. It's down to who's out here at this point. Everybody else has been eliminated.
Yeah, 'cause I got a migraine. I want to go home.
Well, look at Tiago. Looking for a Dragon Rana out of there, but Adrian Quest puts the brakes on. That's the advantage of the size and all. Code Red, could he have him? No. It looks like we're down to 4 from what I can surmise as Adrian double underhook.
Well, if Cholo's out there, it's 3.5.
Stacks him up.
Tiago has been eliminated.
Tiago's out. It looks like it's down to La Mascala, Laredo Kid, and Adrian Quest. And Toto's out here as well, so now we're down to 4. And La Mascala focusing on Young Fuego. And Torres knocks down both athletes at once. I think at this point, when you've got the numbers wearing down, Torres has the advantage because of that explosive power.
I 173.5% agree with you.
And Laredo uses a projectile, an offensive weapon in La Mascara.
Dude, that kid took that bump on his head. God bless him. I hope tomorrow he's okay because, you know, whether you like it or not, adrenaline is keeping him alive, but he got killed.
Look at this. Countered midair to a Hurricane Rana. He's got Torres pinned. Adrian Quest just pinned Torres.
Has been eliminated.
Yep, Torres better kick the ref in the balls because he's cross-eyed. He probably didn't see that the right way. Oh, Jesus.
We saw Torres hang with some of the best in the world at Triple Mania, Cain Velasquez and Cody and Psycho Clown, but he got eliminated by Adrian Quest, a young kid looking for a break.
He just proved to all of us that he is tough, tough, tough.
3 left. Do you give a decided advantage to anyone? Torres was my odds-on favorite, and he's gone. Shows what I know.
To be honest with you, I could care less at this point. You know why? Because the match has been so awesome that every competitor tonight deserves a gold medal.
Okay, I can respect that. La Mascara has dazed Laredo and Adrian. It's up for the pickings at this point. Nice roll-up, but couldn't trap Laredo Kid for 3.
Nice.
I do believe that La Mascara is the freshest man as far as the luck of the draw, and that certainly is.
See, if I was La Mascara, I would have took that kid and threw him to the floor and just focused on one so that he could have got the victory and then went for the win of the match.
May not have mattered if you listen to Laredo Kid up to the top rope. Cuts Mascara off.
Yep, something ugly's going to happen here. Oh, shit. Bam!
Belly to belly and rolls with him. Laredo Kid got the victory over Mascara.
Has been eliminated.
Mascara is eliminated. We are down to 2.
Big mistake. Turn around, homeboy.
Reverse Hurricane Rana. Adrian Quest does it for his homies. The Bermuda Brand. The Blue Thunder Bomb. Is this enough?
No. God damn, that was a hell of a kick out.
And Adrian Quest, man, when you look at the names, when you look at how many miles so many of these athletes have traveled in this match, Adrian Quest could be a banner victory. I mean, Laredo Kid has been the talk of the Lucha world all year. Put the brakes on. Adrian trips him up. Oh, watch Young Fuego fly.
Nice.
Beautiful acai moonsault.
What's that kid's name?
Adrian Quest.
That's Johnny Quest's cousin, I told you. Animated hero, real life superstar.
Well, hopefully the family's watching on, courtesy of Master Public and Expo Lucha 2019. What do you got for us, Adrian?
An Adult Swim.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, bitch slapped him in the back. That stings like a motherfucker. You shouldn't do that because you're just going to piss somebody off.
And it takes Quest off balance. Laredo Kid repositions his foe.
God forbid. Please be careful, guys. Please be careful. Oh, shit.
Who's going to get the advantage? Jeez!
God damn.
Inverted Spanish fly, for lack of a better term, and no, it's not enough!
Oh!
Unreal!
Holy shit, he kicked out.
Oh, the passion, the drive, the competitive spirit of Adrian Quest is on full display.
Goddamn Kevin Kleinrock better be watching this match and hook up these guys with a bonus because they're putting in the time.
Without a doubt. And keep in mind, we already saw Adrian Quest earlier in the day.
One more driver.
Laredo Kid with the driver. Will this be enough with a follow-through?
No!
Screw, nobody there.
Kick to the back of the head. Knocked out. Here we go. Oh my God.
Phoenix Splash. It worked earlier. Will it work here? Adrian Quest has done it.
Your winner, Adrian Quest.
Wow. What a match.
In a match that featured major lucha stars like Laredo Kid and Torres, featured legendary figures like Disco Inferno, featured Lil Cholo, Mariachi Loco, Human Tornado, La Mosca, all these names that have been in this matchup, but Young Fuego, Adrian Quest, the man that's been working at this since age 11, is the last man standing, coming out on top in the Lucha Gauntlet.
And now he's 12 years old, just going into puberty, and he beat one of the biggest stars in the world. God bless him.
And with a possible concussion, too. Keep in mind what he's come back from in this match.
Yeah, I mean, God, he just took on the greatest of the greatest. He took on one of the biggest superstars in Mexico right now, and he beat him 1, 2, 3 in front of the world. We're looking at one of the future superstars right here, my friend.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Toon, one half of the Fully Posable Wrestling Figure Podcast and one half of Lucha Libre Figures and Facts Podcast on the Lucha Central Network. Tonight, we are joined by Boss Fight's partner and art director and my tag team partner over at Lucha Libre Figures and Facts, Eric Arana. Eric, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
that was very dramatic, sir.
That was my tag. That was my free tag.
Gotcha. Eric, I want to just get the hard questions out of the way first. What is Boss Fight Studios' overall plan and expectation of the Legends of Lucha Libre line as a whole?
As a whole, you know, we kind of have what's kind of referred to as like a master license for Legends of Lucha Libre, which means we kind of get to do all sorts of things, not just action figure line, but we can make this a full, robust toy line to encompass, you know, for kids, for collectors, for adults, for everyone. And so we're going to utilize that to the best of our abilities. We really look at it as we want to celebrate Lucha Libre and its history, you know, by, you know, not just focusing on current Lucha Libre stars, but also the past. And, you know, like that you'll see, like, as we're going forward, we have, you know, we're not just doing Penta Zero M and Ray Phoenix, but we'll also be touching on, you know, Super Astro and Solar, as well as Solar Junior. Like we're going to be really digging in as deep as we can to kind of celebrate the history of it as a whole, and not just the current rosters.
Now, you brought up Penta and Phoenix. They have been, I see the excitement. They have been announced. You have shown prototypes on YouTube. What is the latest update? What is the latest update regarding them?
We lost about 4 months of factory time to the COVID shutdowns in China. So our factory is in China. Luckily for us, though, our factory did get up and running. And even though it's not running at 100% staff yet, it is running and running very well. So we did lose quite a bit of time. With that said, though, I've actually got them here. The prototypes, they're hard to see because they're all black right now. Mm-hmm. But we are expecting the first painted samples like any day now. We were really hoping to have them before this video was shot, but we did not get them before then. But honest, with our luck, it's going to be like tomorrow. We're going to get them.
Right after we record this, of course.
Yeah. So we're very excited about these first figures, and they are actually, with the 4 month a loss that we had, they actually are on schedule, which is really hard to do in the toy industry.
Basically, yeah.
Especially when you're the little guy. You know, there's only 9 of us at Boss Fight Studio. It's not like we're a huge company.
Now, Ray Phoenix and Penta are going to be part of the premium line.
Yes.
Please explain what the premium line is for people that may be new to this.
So our premium line it's all about excess. We are going above and beyond far more than is probably honestly necessary. The figures have, depending on how you count articulation, more than 36 points of articulation, and which is a lot.
It's a lot of articulation.
And you'll see I've got Phoenix here. A lot of the joints are on spherical joints, so a lot of the pieces don't just move forward and back; they move actually all the way around, and that includes like the shoulders and the mid torso and the lower abdomen. The hips are they've got swivels, they've got so like it's a lot of articulation. And in the spirit of excess, it's also got, these figures come with extra hands that you can swap out. They come with extra heads with different expressions or different mask deco that you can swap out. So like our Pentagon here, he's got his Ciro Miro hand, but then he's got his normal mask, and then his variant head has the mask ripped open. So we're really trying to push the envelope here.
The mask is ripped similar to the way it was when he faced Vampiro back in Lucha Underground.
Yes, yeah, one of the best matches ever.
Oh, we could go on forever about that, of course.
I think we have before on the other podcast. So
now, one thing I wanted to point out, speaking of masks, is the masks are actually layered, because if you look at, let's say, Mattel, or you look at other wrestling figure toy lines, the masks are painted on, but yours is actually layered over.
This is the best way to show it. And this is the same for, even though the Phoenix head is all black, it is actually 3 separate pieces. This is done for a couple of reasons. One, we wanted to get that depth that is really there from the mask to the person, to the talent's face. But you can see it better on the Penta here because the materials are in 2 different colors. But like, just to show you, the mask is one piece, and then the face is actually a different piece. But if I don't know if you can see it totally here, but the face isn't completed. Like, you're not going to be able to. This will be glued on in production. If you do yank this off, you're not going to see what Penta looks like. Like,
right.
There are chunks of the face missing where the mask is. This is done for a couple of reasons. One, like I said, we wanted to get that depth and that look with the shadows and everything. But we also, that helps the factory paint the eyes and the face much easier.
Okay.
Than then put the mask on it over. If you have that depth, it's almost impossible for the factory to paint the eyes on the inside. And with Penta, it's really important because he's got the skull makeup as well as a mask.
Mm-hmm. Now, Penta and Phoenix are in Wave 1 of your premium line. Would you be able to go into Wave 2 and then into Wave 3? They've been announced, but kind of a refresher for everyone.
Sure. The Wave 2, I've got a bunch of stuff off to the side here, so I'll be shifting around here a little bit.
Shift away.
The Wave 2 is, I've got some prototypes here that these are very fragile prints, but they are, we've got Conan.
Oh, whoa.
From the early 90s, pre-WCW, with, before he lost his mask. And he's larger. He's actually not taller than Penta and Phoenix, but back then he was broad and big. So he's actually got a new torso and body build. So he's larger.
Oh, nice.
And he's got, he of course comes with a second head and additional hands, including some nice West Side hands. And so he's got, his classic mask with the open mouth.
Mhm.
And then the second head is actually he had a variant mask that had like this knight shield that went down around the mouth.
Oh,
and
that's
covered
awesome.
up the rest of his head. So we kind of went with that very different mask on that one. And then the second figure in that wave, Lady Maravilla, who's a more current wrestler. She's awesome down in Mexico.
Mhm.
And the same thing. She has a ton of articulation. She'll come with 2 heads, multiple hands, accessories. Very excited to get her in the line. It's the first time she's getting a figure, and so we're very excited to do that for her.
The accessory pack. We got to kind of touch on that real quick. Light tubes, tables.
Oh yeah, so we have 2 different accessory packs. We've got the Lucha de la Muerte, which is the death match, which comes with. I'm not going to show everything, but it does come with this is a prototype here from the factory. It's a table. It folds up, and of course, it breaks apart into multiple pieces. That set also has kendo stick and light tube, which also come with Penta and Phoenix. You can never have too many light tubes for a nice death match. But the coolest thing it comes with is it comes with these strips of barbed wire that are flexible.
Mhm.
So I've got 2 of them connected together, but they're super soft and they kind of roll around, and you can wrap up things with them. You could wrap the ropes with them if you wanted, and really, really put together a killer death match. And then the second accessory set is Lucha Extrema, which comes with a folding chair, which it isn't anything new. A lot of wrestling lines have had this. I was really excited. We actually based it on one of the folding chairs we have at the office. So, but the really cool thing that one comes with is it comes with 2 dog collars that you can take the head off the figure, put the dog collar on, and put it back on, and they'll be connected by a 12-inch actual chain. So you'll be able to kind of do those death dog matches that are just crazy. So we're really excited about that. We haven't seen that in a long time, or at all in any wrestling line. So we're very happy with that.
A lot of people are going to be recreating Greg Valentine and Roddy Piper too from NWA days too.
To kind of piggyback that, all of our figures are 6-inch scale, and they are so all our accessories, all of our figures will fit in with your current Mattel roster, AEW roster, all of that stuff. Like you'll be able to fit these figures in and these accessories in. So even if you're not into lucha, but you're into wrestling, you can still get these things. And they still, because they're 6-inch scale, if you want to put them with your Marvel Legends, that's fine too.
Marvel Legends having a dog collar match, nice.
I would pay good money to see Magneto and Professor X in a dog collar match.
Among collectors, that's the number one question: is how do they fit in with AEW Mattel figures? And you said that they do fit in scale with them.
Yes, they like I said, they are 6 inches. Well, our figures are a little over 6 inches tall. Like Penta, Phoenix, and Conan are just under 6.5, which is pretty. That's kind of like a common scale size actually for 6-inch figures. For what 1/12 figures, I think, is the scale actually.
Mm-hmm.
And but like we are going to be working scale into it. So Lady Maravilla is a little shorter. Juventud Guerrera will be a little shorter, but Tenai Bliss Jr., who's in wave 3 of the premium line, will be quite a bit taller because he's very, very tall.
Nice.
So we will be working scale into it.
Okay. So I understand you have some news regarding the mini mascaras line.
Yes, I actually have some here, and the mini mascaras are officially on sale on pre-order now at bossfightshop.com. So,
cool.
And the mini mascaras are possibly my favorite toy that I've ever designed. And
Explain why.
it's just so much fun. So basically what we have is we have small replicas of luchador masks on a bust, and the masks, this is a prototype, so I can't really take it off, but the masks actually do come off of this bust. So this is just it's a very like generic bust, and then it's got these soft plastic masks that fit over it. This is one of the Conan ones, and we have a great lineup of masks, including, of course,
so cool.
And this is, of course, his brother, Ray Phoenix, with the full Phoenix detail and sculpt. Tenaya Bliss Jr., Super Astro, one of my personal favorites, and Solar. And what's cool about these is that they're going to be blind box, so they'll be in what's called a PDQ, which is, you know, kind of that tray you see in stores that have all the items in it. The PDQ will have 18 items. It will have 2 of the colorway 1, which is the ones I just showed you that are on the bust, and that will be all of the masks will have a bust, but the ones I just showed you are the colorway 1, and it'll have 2 of that color in the PDQ, and then it will have 1 of each in a chase color. So it'll be a 2-to-1 ratio of this chase color.
Gotcha. Now, does each mask have a variant?
Yes, each mask has 1 variant, and you can see here's I'll show you the Penta one real quick here. So you have his classic primary kind of black and white, and then you have this great red and black one.
Oh, that's terrific.
Tenaya Bliss, this is the colorway 1, and then the colorway 2 is kind of where it's, you know, the black with the slightly red face.
This is so unique. This is something that has never been done before. And I understand that. I understand now, I should say, what you mean by this is your favorite thing, because you had worked at Hasbro before.
Yes.
And you have been part of many, many lines, many toy lines throughout the years. And I understand now why you say this is probably your favorite that you've worked on.
Yeah, I mean, I've worked on Transformers and G.I. Joe and Star Wars, and, you know, I've worked on all these brands, and you know, our own Vitruvian hacks and all this stuff. But the mystery mascaras are such a unique, different item that I've never seen at retail. And when Kevin Kleinrock and I kind of came up with the idea, we both were just like taken aback, and we're like, oh my God, how has nobody ever done this? Like, you can have this collection of luchador masks, like on a shelf in your house, at your office, and it's not going to take up a ton of space.
Right.
They're affordable. I myself recently got into collecting actual luchador masks, and it is not cheap. So so to be able to kind of have this like small version of these small replicas is very exciting, and we're very excited about the line. I'm currently working on Wave 2 designs, and there's going to be some great talent lineup in Wave 2 that I'm very excited to show them off when we're ready. We're not quite ready to show them off yet, but it's got some amazing talent in it.
Can you hint at any names?
There's it ranges from smaller to larger.
Okay.
Masks. Let's just say that. Like, I'm very excited about, like I said, the talent pool. The talent pool we work with through Master Public is actually very deep, and it's got all these, you know, great luchadors and luchadoras involved. So we're very excited about the masks specifically. Like I said, it's my favorite line I've ever worked on, and I'm super excited about it. So
we talked about the premium line with Penta and Phoenix, and Conan, and you showed off the prototypes. Let's switch gears over to the Fanatico series. And the Fanatico series is similar to WWE Basics, less articulation, but still great quality.
The Fanaticos line is where the premium line is about excess. And you know, the price reflects that. The Fanaticos line is us pulling way back, which is, as a designer and you know, as the you know, like you said earlier, I am one of the art directors, and I do a lot of the designing myself. My status quo is to cram everything into every toy that I design. Like, it's really hard for me to pull back. But we also realized that we needed a lower price point figure. That doesn't mean cheaper, and that doesn't mean we're worse. It just means lower price point. So what we're doing is we have the Fanatico series, which doesn't have all the bells and whistles. It's got less articulation. It's got it doesn't have the extra heads, the extra hands, the accessories. We are kind of taking steps to kind of minimize some of the deco on it, because deco is very expensive in the toy world.
What did you tell me once before on Lucha Libre Figures and Facts, that each stroke is like money out the door, or money out of the pocket?
Each stroke, each time the tampo stamp goes down, it's 1 unit of pay, whatever that might be, and each stroke of the brush is 1 unit of pay. If something takes 2 strokes, it's 2 units of pay. So it builds up really fast. And you know, Pentagon and Ray Phoenix, especially, covered in tattoos, they become very expensive.
Right.
So our Fanatico series, which I actually have some prototypes here, and again, these are very fragile, so I will be handling them very fragile, and I can show some of them. But we of course start with you know, Lucha legend Juventud Guerrera, from his mid 90s, like pre-WCW mask, where his mask looked more like his father's.
Oh, and nice.
You can see here, like, he still has all the detail that the other figures have. He just has less articulation. And that said, a lot of the parts, he's the same scale and same detail. So if you have your Penta and your Phoenix standing next to this Juventud Guerrera, it will still look fine. It'll look awesome. I don't have the Pentagon figure from Wave 1.
Okay.
But I do have the Phoenix, Ray Phoenix, and he's here in his black and orange tights, and he's got a Lucha Bros t-shirt on.
Oh, nice.
You can also see that he's got the arm brace on, so that kind of, again, he did wear these arm braces, but it minimized our deco, which was really nice. The masks are still that layered look to get to. We're not going to give up on that. Like, the layered look, even on the Fanaticos line, will still be there. And the Penta that comes in the same wave is wearing the same shirt, so you have like a Lucha Bros matching team.
I do like it. I do like how you kept the masks layered, even for the Fanatico series.
Yeah, it's really important to us. We are very much, like I said, it's lower cost, not lower quality. It's just a different quality.
Right.
One of the figures I'm most excited about, partially because she has been amazing to work with when we've had questions, when, you know, she's offered, you know, alternate costumes when we like pitch concepts and stuff, and on top of that, she's awesome. And that's Taya Valkyrie. This isn't the first Taya Valkyrie figure, but I believe there's only been one before that, but you can see like she has a tattoo. She's got all the detail on her costume is there, to the shaved head on the side. And, you know, it's hard. It'll probably be hard to see, but you see her braid going up the side here. And we, you know, Fred Axon and Tony Tallarego, who are sculptors, they worked very hard to get her likeness exactly right and stuff like that. We're really pushed that. one of the things Boss Fight is kind of known for is what we refer to as hyper detail,
Mhm.
which we really push the envelope on the detail that we do. But yeah, I'm very excited about this figure, and you know, like I said, she's awesome. And again, the Fanatico series is on is up for pre-sale right now on bossfightshop.com, and we're very excited about this line. We have wave 2 coming as well. We actually have about 4 or 5 waves planned,
Mhm.
but until we actually have things sculpted, things constantly move around, and we shift talent around still as we go.
You mentioned wave 2. Would you like to go into who's in wave 2?
I would. And so wave 2, I'm really excited about the Fanatico series as a whole.
Mhm.
Wave 2 I'm very excited about. It's got one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, and somebody we actually interviewed on Lucha Libre Figures and Facts a couple months ago, and that's Vampiro.
Mhm.
And we're working with a very, very early 90s Vampiro, pre all of the makeup and stuff like that, like, you know, from Mexico era with the long red braids. And, you know, we're very excited about working with Vampiro, and he's been amazing to work with as well.
And
you know, we have more Vampiro product planned.
You just stole the words right out of my mouth. That was my next question.
I have a lot of Vampiro product planned. And then we've also got Ultimo Dragon in his mid-90s look, which, I mean, his look really hasn't changed a whole lot, you know, over his career. But
as a huge Ultimo Dragon fan, I need to ask, will that be the only Ultimo Dragon figure, or is there?
Oh God, no.
Okay.
Ultimo Dragon will probably become one of our keystones.
Okay, cool.
As the line goes on, he's, you know, he's so well known worldwide, in Japan and Mexico and the U.S. Like he's so well known, and and on top of that, he's got an amazing look. His costume is fantastic. Like it's so toyetic.
Yep. Music to my ears, Eric.
Also in wave 2 is Black Taurus, who is one of the more modern wrestlers, luchadors from Mexico, but he's got, again, an amazingly toyetic look with the fur. He's got the skulls on the knees. He's got that big bull mask with the horns, and then like so scary.
There's going to be a lot of tooling on that one, I can see.
Yeah, there will be. Well, one, he's very large, you know, and on top of that, he's got a very, very layered, unique look. You know, he's so much fun and super nice guy. I think I have pictures of me with him from Expo Lucha last year. The big announcement here is Hijo del Perro from Perros del Mal, and we're very excited to be able to be working with his family to bring product of both him and later on his father. So we're very happy about that, and I'm super happy about the figure that's going to be coming out first for him in the Fanaticos line.
That's a strong wave too, right there.
Thank you. It's a heavy wave, and it's got some heavy hitters in it, you know.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely does. So you mentioned working with the family and working with Vampiro. Who has been some of your favorites that you've worked with?
Well, you know, Vampiro is so charming when you talk to him. He's crazy, but in like a super charming way. I love talking to Vampiro and working with him, and we're hoping to do quite a bit with him as time goes on in some other avenues as well, not just toy wise, but also some promotion wise. And if you haven't been watching Vampiro Unleashed on a Del Rey network, you definitely should be. It's very cool. I also, you know, Taya has been so excited about her responses to the figures and the work that we've been putting in. So that's been very, very fun. Hoovy has been also very, very excited, and I love working with people who pay a lot of attention to the details and, we put a lot of work into the details. So to hear that they're seeing it and excited about it is very cool.
So you've shown a couple figures tonight. You have a bunch of figures in the pipeline. Wave 2 for the Fanaticos, Wave 1 of the Fanaticos. What's your favorite figure what is the figure that you're most looking forward to coming out? It could be the Penta, it could be the Conan with the 2 masks.
My current favorite is probably the Conan, because he's never been done with his mask before. There have been other Conan figures, but
correct.
Being able to go back and do him from before he lost his mask to Pedro Aguayo is very great. It's like kind of an honor to do that. And on top of that, the first figure of him that we're doing is in that awesome teal and pink tights.
It pops.
It's so cool and so great. I love bright colors. Like, I'm a bright colors type of guy, and getting to do him in the blue and pink is just very cool.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to stand out on the shelf. He's just going to pop in that packaging and look great in a display. Like, he's going to be great.
That's awesome. And last question before we round it out at Lucha Expo: are you bringing any Lucha into the other boss fight lines?
Well, we are actually. We have a line coming up that we refer to as Action Doll.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a fashion doll in kind of a 6-inch scale. It's not realistic proportions. So, like most fashion dolls, it's kind of has a larger head and thinner body, but it's got, our I Am Brilliance is the name of the line. So our I Am Brilliance dolls, though, have soft goods, fabric, costumes, and clothing like fashion dolls.
Mm-hmm.
But they've got more articulation than the average fashion doll. So we're very excited that we'll be adding both Taya Valkyrie and Lady Maravilla to this line of fashion dolls, which is kind of centered around career. The I Am Brilliance line as a whole is centered around careers that you don't usually hear being kind of pushed on girls.
Mm-hmm.
So this line is for kids, is for little girls, and we're hoping to kind of expand their minds into different possibilities. And working with Taya and Lady Maravilla on that is amazing. And the Taya Valkyrie will be coming with Prince Presley, because that's important.
Right. Exactly. Well, as a collector, and I'll speak on behalf of the figure photographers, thank you for everything that you're doing. Figure photographers are going to have a blast with all of this. I mean, just points of articulation, the decos, the figures, the mask, the rip mask. Figure photographers are just going to have a blast with these lines. Before we sign off, I want you to get all your plugs in. Want to boss fight, whatever you can, and get all your plugs in.
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, our Premium Wave 1, our accessory sets, our Mystery Mascadas, and our Fanaticos Wave 1 are all up for pre-sale on bossfightshop.com. And, of course, join Jeff and myself every month on Lucha Libre Figures and Facts, where we break down, we usually pick one luchador toy, and we break it down and talk about it. And it's a pretty fun podcast, and I get to kind of delve into we get to delve into the history of that.
And then on episode 3, I think it was, we interviewed Vampiro.
Yeah, we actually got to have Vampiro on episode 3, and he was amazing. And so much fun, and look forward to more of that coming up, hopefully.
Absolutely. That was a lot of fun too, I gotta say. So Eric, thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing with Boss Fights Lucha figures. For collectors like myself, and I speak for a lot of us, thank you for the amount of work that you're putting into this, and not taking any shortcuts. And that's not a dig at anybody else, but we can feel the love that you're putting into each figure. So thank you.
Thank you. That's a very nice thing to say. We often, my personal motto is to make every toy that I'm working on at that time better than the last item I worked on. So I'm always trying to outdo myself. And that's always my goal. So thank you. And you know, we really do want to do right by the brand and by the talent.
Well, enjoy the rest of Expo Lucha. For Jeff and Eric, signing off.
Peace.
Trios action as Expo Lucha continues. And
how you doing? Good?
Psychosis making his way to the ring right now as Conan with some well wishes to some of these athletes before they step through the curtain.
Yes, my boy Brian, Flying Brian Pillman. So I've known him since he was a little boy, and a good friend of his father.
Absolutely, and the rich tradition kept onward by him, but right now the tradition of the luchador Psychosis, 30 years in the game, trained by the Mysterio Sr., and Psychosis really one of the innovators at the forefront of bringing Lucha Libre to a new mass audience.
Aguila. And from Mexico City, Mexico, he is the Juice Juventud Guerrera!
So, you know, Psychosis, of course, we have a big history together, starting out in Tijuana at the same time. Right. Juventud Guerrera, of course, has a history with Psychosis and Rey Mysterio Jr. Not only were they roommates, they revolutionized the sport.
Absolutely. And it was 24 years ago that it was Psychosis and Rey Mysterio in the ECW arena that brought Lucha Libre to a whole new audience in person for the very first time and got the ball rolling on so much that happened in the United States, the ECW evolution, the luchadors in WCW, men like Juvi, Psychosis, and Ray were at the forefront of that and truly trendsetters as far as exposing the genre to a new audience.
Yeah, man, you know, it's just incredible because 20 years ago when nobody knew what this was and you couldn't have held the Lucha Libre convention here, you can now because these guys, you know, paved the way.
Juventud victorious a night ago in four-way action over Flamita, Orlus, and TJ Perkins. He's got momentum on his side, and I think he's feeling rather juicy tonight.
Oh, and isn't he feeling juicy? But, you know, TJ Perkins, another guy that, you know, Filipino, you know, embraced the Lucha Libre style, you know, living, growing up there like in the, was he from the LA area or was he from the OC area?
I'm not exactly sure, but I know
he's from the LA area.
He did embrace the Lucha culture. We're talking about TJP as we move on.
What a super talented guy that guy is.
Oh my gosh. Told us part of that matchup at Triple Mania with Tejano and Killer Cross with Cody, Psycho Clown, and Cain Velasquez. And Torres has really come into his own in PWG, in AAA. We've seen him target Cody. We've seen him have your back a time or two in AAA. And certainly a hell of a choice for somebody to watch over you.
1,000%. Another guy that is, you know, just beautiful to work with him because he's so professional and it's very easy to work with. But, you know, guy that embraced
their opponents.
because he used to have another name before. when he was in Arena Mexico, and he just embraced the gimmick, and now he's in a group that's probably one of our most popular groups, even though they're heels, which is Los Mercenarios.
Absolutely, and they certainly made their impression known at Triple Mania and in AAA in general in recent times. But you talk about a decorated group with a lot of history behind it, that's going to be the opposition as a storied family dynasty reaches its next generation with the opponents.
The team of Teddy Hart, Brian Pillman Jr., and Davey Boy Smith Jr.
Well, you know Teddy, if he isn't with a fucking entourage,
it is MLW's Hart Foundation. Teddy Hart, of course, the nephew of Bret the Hitman Hart, the late Owen Hart, the grandson of Stu Hart, Davey Boy Smith Jr., say no more about his family lineage, the original British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith, and of course, Brian Pillman Jr., the least experienced of the trio, but maybe the most unpredictable.
Super talented guy. Again, I've used that word a lot, but, you know, there's a lot of talent on this card. And this kid right here, you know, he gets it, and he's very entertaining, and he's still a puppy, bro.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to really blow up. Teddy Hart, whatever you heard about him is true.
Good and bad?
Good and bad, especially the bad. He actually was my roommate for a couple months in Mexico, and that was enough for a lifetime.
Probably felt like a couple years.
Yes, but he's one of a kind. He's original. He is what you see. You know, what you see is what you get. He's a different breed, bro, but I have a lot of respect for him. People still love him. And then, of course, Harry Smith, you know, another guy that I was really good friends with, his dad, Davey Boy. And Harry Smith, that's the real deal right there. Submission expert, champion, world champion.
Trained under Billy Robinson.
Billy Robinson, let people know who that is.
Billy Robinson is one of the most feared and famed catch wrestlers and shooters of a bygone era. Back in the day, in the territory days, you wanted a badass, you brought Billy Robinson in to police your territory.
Right. So, you know, he was trained by him. And so, you know, he could take care of himself.
And Davey Boy Jr. is one of those guys who...
Hey, cut the music!
Well, Teddy's going to talk, so we'll save that for later.
Let me just say that I think if he
don't lose this, don't
MMA,
steal it.
He would have done very well, Davey Boy.
Agreed.
Guys, get something straight. Just because your passport says United States of America, it doesn't mean you're an American. If you don't understand wrestling, this is not lucha. This match is not lucha. This is American strong style. This is Japan. This is WCW legend. And some guy that I don't really think deserves a spot.
You're going to eat those words, Teddy. No. He must have been referring to Tortoise as some guy. And that's a mistake.
Listen, Lucha Expo, you guys can have your fun, but we want respect from the American fans. We want you guys to appreciate the homegrown talent from this country. This is an immigrant. This is a guy who made his money in America, not Mexico. This guy made his money in America, not Mexico. This guy hasn't made any money because he's in Mexico. Understand that.
Mira, pedazo de pendejo. Mira, primero vele a pedir disculpas a tu abuelita que le quitaste las cortinas. En segunda, aquel cabrón parece una pinche Barbie. You know, bro, the Hart Foundation used to be a badass. Now it's a bunch of jabronis. Look at you. What is this? I'm going to show you how to be a wrestler. I'm going to show you how to be lucha. So shut your mouth. Y arriba la raza! And this, what the hell is this joke? If this is a manager, or this is some sort of faggot?
We apologize for that.
With all respect for the thing.
That is the juice. He is a two-piece.
He's unfiltered.
Yes.
Let's get juicy.
To that Philadelphia promo.
Let's get juicy.
I think Hoovie's a bit too juicy right now.
Let's get juicy.
Oh, he's asking people to get juicy.
Yeah, well, I mean,
remember,
there's a lot to
guys, this is
unpack in what just
America.
happened.
Have some loyalty. We all love Trump here. We all love Trump. Remember that.
All right, first of all, Teddy wants loyalty to America. Does he realize there's only one American on his team and it's not him?
Yeah. So I like the fact that he went for the Trump line.
Yeah, well, Teddy is not exactly politically correct in his own right. He'll say and do anything he wants. What do you think goes through Teddy Hart's head on a given day?
I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't want to have to get that low into my. Yeah, I don't know. But
that was a loaded question for you, wasn't it?
Yes.
I don't think I would even want to know the answer anyway. Psychosis, 3 decades in the game. Teddy Hart has been great at this since really before he was even an adult. He was the youngest ever athlete signed to a WWF/E contract. He was under developmental deal at 18. It didn't pan out. He wasn't perhaps ready from a maturity standpoint, but he's always been ready from an athletic standpoint to show up and show out.
Yeah, I think he might have actually even been 17, but he is somebody that has always had the talent, but he's always been sometimes his own worst enemy. You know what I'm saying?
Marches to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah, the talent is there, and the people always like him. I was working with him a lot now in MLW, and every city that we went to, he was the most popular wrestler.
Another athlete that really just your attention gravitates to, whether you love him, whether you hate him. You're talking about Teddy Hart. Psychosis. That's a trademark from his arsenal. That heel kick caught Teddy high.
By the way, I'm a big fan of Teddy wearing mink coats in public.
Are you a fan of his cat as well?
They're cool. I'm not a fan of the litter box.
Okay, that's fair. We all have limits. And Hoovie wants a piece of Brian Pillman Jr. Brian's only been around a couple of years, 25 years old. Unfortunately, he was only 3 years old, I believe, when his father passed away in 1997. But over the past few years, Brian has really embraced his father's legacy. He's studied the game. He's trained under so many veterans and legends. And he's really become just immersed in the sport and has picked up so much so fast.
Yeah. No, well, he's a guy that's a student of the game, which you have to be to get to the next level. And he's just trying to, watch as much as he can and wrestle as much as he can and speed up a process that, you just got to take your time. It's like something that's, like a fruit that ripens.
Without a doubt. Davey Boy Smith Jr. tagged in. He's what, 6'5", 6'6", probably 260 or 70 pounds. He's certainly packed on a lot of size that is reminiscent of his late father, the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith. And good luck taking over Davey Boy Smith Jr., Juventud Guerrera. And Davey Boy just manipulating Hoovie. We've seen Hoovie take on some of the biggest and best in his day. I remember back in a WCW pay-per-view back in the day, it was Hoovie one-on-one with the 7-foot Ron Reese from Ravens Flock.
Yes, and we also saw him in there was a match a lot. He had a couple battles with if you remember the tag team Chronic.
Absolutely, Brian Clark and Brian Adams.
Yeah.
Certainly two legends in their own right. It's Pillman and Torres in the ring right now. What does Brian Pillman have to do to stop Torres, who's been on a wave of momentum lately?
That's going to be very hard because Torres has experience and the strength factor going for him. And you could almost say the hometown.
And Pillman a little bit of showmanship on his side. And that woke Torres up. We'll see if Pillman can adapt here. Torres is great at his adaptability. Really, any style, any opponent, Torres usually has an answer. Pillman up and over. Shining Wizard variation. And you look at how thick and stocky Torres is, you don't expect him to move that quickly.
No, you don't. And he's another guy that he ain't afraid to do aerial maneuvers during a match to the outside. And with that weight.
This is going to be power on power. And Teddy Hart from the blind side ruins things, and Davey Boy Smith gets his cheap shots in. The Hart Foundation, recent MLW tag team champions, but they've lost that to the Dynasty in recent times, and certainly maybe a bit of a chip on their shoulder, but an opportunity to get back on their winning ways, and Teddy showing that gracefulness as he comes down off the springboard.
Now, which tag team were you referring to?
I'm referring to the Hart Foundation. Teddy Hart and Davey Boy Smith Jr. defeated by MJF and Richard Holiday in MLW for the tag team championships.
Yeah, I believe that beating the Lucha Brothers for that title.
And certainly the laundry list of opponents that all 6 of these athletes have faced can read like a who's who. I mean, we haven't talked about Davey Boy Smith's time in Japan, teaming with Lance Hoyt, and Teddy Hart got so much hang time. He was above the camera on top of Torres, 2 count only. And again, this matchup's all over the place. We're scrambling to do our best to follow it, and Hoovy may be just ripped in 2 by Davey Boy Smith Jr.
Yeah, and you know, Teddy's a guy that's really, really banged up, and he still goes out there, you know, super banged up, believe me, and he goes out there and, you know, he's still doing, you know, moonsaults at that height.
And you could speak to a guy like Psychosis as well, who's been through so much over 3 decades, but still goes out time after time.
Yeah, he just finished having not too long ago double knee surgery.
Wow, and you wouldn't tell by anything we've seen from him this weekend. And
but here's the thing about these guys, and like anything else.
Oh, that manager getting in his licks. I'm not sure if that's pain or humiliation. I'm not sure if that would crack an egg.
I have a feeling the manager is going to get it sooner or later.
Yeah, and that manager, by the way, was the referee of our main event last night. So I think Teddy Hart's throwing some dollars around and doing some manipulation. That's a great referee. Just came back from Noah in Japan, and Impact Wrestling he works for as well. But I think he's got some bad influences in his young career.
1,000%.
As Psychosis firing away on Pillman. But that speaks to the manipulative power of Teddy Hart. Now he can talk somebody into following in his path.
Yeah, well, every time I see him, he's got some sort of entourage with him.
It lends to how big of a superstar Teddy may see himself as. And Psychosis in control, or rather Pillman in control of Psychosis. I think we're paddling into the crowd. And by the way, while we're focused on the ring, any comment on Pillman's mullet as someone that's been around so long?
That's just tremendous. There's nothing else you can say but love it.
Yeah.
Oh, something might be going down.
Torres is trying to bail out Hoovy from Teddy Hart, and Davey Boy with a chair as the manager looks on. The former credible ref who has sold out to the evil Hart family, as now Pillman cinching in a Boston Crab. Psychosis has caught dead center of the
ring. He's not really sitting on it correctly, is he, Joe?
Yeah, he's not able to cinch back.
Trying to put him in a rocking chair.
Oh, yeah, Pillman's reaching for the arms. Psychosis tried to reach back to block it, but fell right into the path. And now
he couldn't get it on him.
Yeah.
It's too sweaty right now.
That could speak to the sweat, could speak to the size of Psychosis, just the defensive nature. As Teddy Hart, again, Teddy doesn't care about lucha traditions, any wrestling traditions. He's going to brawl over this building. And keep an eye out on the manager, the entrance. Oh, God! Teddy suplexing Hoovy on the chairs.
Wow.
And that may have wiped out Juventud Guerrera in this matchup.
That might be all she wrote for Juventud.
And Pillman is holding down the fort here with a much more experienced Psychosis. Torres is being neutralized. And Psychosis just rocked Pillman with that clothesline. And the thing about this Conan is Pillman, hey, shades of his dad with the drop kick. On top here, Conan, this match could end in the ring, and the other four would have no idea at this point.
Yeah, no, he's lost all control. There's nothing he can do now. Well, you got to wait till they get back into the ring, because this is the only place it can be settled.
Yeah, Psychosis looks to be favoring his leg or his hip, perhaps. We'll see if that plays a factor. It's like Davey Boy and Pillman who's traded off. Pillman wanted some of that reckless nature.
Sometimes a really smart veteran, he'll fake an injury to lure you into something. So don't be so sure. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened.
Again, it's that guessing game. It's those mind games as Teddy and Hoovy continue to brawl. Pillman just speared Torres.
He speared Tauros.
That's impressive. Well, Brian Jr.'s going to have to tap into some of that loose cannon nature right now if he wants to survive out there with Todos.
Wow.
Psychosis with Davey Boy Jr. and any type of strategy.
I don't even think Davey Boy knows where he is.
Yeah, any type of finesse in this matchup.
Yeah.
Absolutely forget about it. This is survival.
Well, you know, it all started with Teddy riling up the crowd and then insulting, you know, his opponents.
Yeah. It got personal. Hoovy made it worse, and then here we are. Oh, God, what a slap! May have slapped Teddy Hart's brainwashing out of him.
He hit the rug, but yeah.
Oh my gosh, poor Ben. And Pillman, poor Pillman sent into the bleachers. Torres has Teddy. Where's he gonna put him? In the ring, Psychosis has Davey Boy pinned for 2. And Teddy got out.
What the hell did he do?
It looked like Teddy slipped out the back door, was able to drop Todos on his knee.
Now he's on Juventud again.
Pillman's favoring his arm.
Wow, this has been going back and forth.
Man, it's a war of attrition here tonight as our fans are documenting this and as we're just all watching with awe at what these 6 Med 7, if you count the manager, are going through in this matchup, which is, again, Mexico versus the world, and really the world's represented. U.S., Canada, UK.
Yeah.
Psychosis elevates himself at Davey Boy the fist to the midsection. And Hoovy and Teddy have made their way to this side of the guardrail at least. Torres and Pillman are God knows where doing God knows what at this point. What is Hoovy doing? Whatever it is, it was not a good idea. He was going to try to lift Davey Boy Smith.
Oh, yeah, right.
Here's how it's done. Oh, Hoovy counter.
He reversed it, yeah.
That's that slick nature of Hoovy. He's beaten so many of his larger counterparts. Now Hoovy trying to elevate. He may be going Hoovy driver here, but not. Well, no, Psychosis is going to help him. Suplex, nicely done. I'm impressed. Psychosis, the power slam to Teddy. Everybody's back to ringside at this point, somehow. Even poor Ben, the manager, the entourage, if you will, as Torres dropping down on Davey Boy Jr.
You know, I'll tell you what, man. I don't think Tauros has ever teamed up with Juventud and Psychosis, but they've looked pretty good.
Absolutely have. I mean, and it's in an environment like this where teamwork really hasn't factored in. It's just been survival. It's been fighting for your life, and certainly Todos is very adept at that.
Oh, suplex.
High angle style. Davey Boy on top. 2 count only as Hoovy comes in now. Teddy comes in now. Davey Boy is one of those guys, there's no weakness in his game. You have to create a weakness on him. Conan, if you were managing Hoovy, Psychosis, and Todos right now, what would you tell them?
Stay away from Davey Boy.
That's a fair assessment.
From Harry.
Backbreaker by Teddy Hart. Davey Boy Jr. Power bomb, sit-out style. Traps the shoulders, and the Hart Foundation have done it.
Wow.
Your winners, the team of Teddy Hart, Brian Pillman Jr., Davey Boy Smith Jr., the Hart Foundation.
And even Pillman pushing his own entourage out of the way to celebrate.
Yeah.
But either way, the MLW New Hart Foundation has won this thing. They've done their family proud. They've done their legacy proud. And certainly you think back to 1997, how dominant the Hart Foundation was in professional wrestling, how polarizing the United States versus Canada was.
Right.
Certainly you got to believe this trio wants to have that same prestige, that same power in professional wrestling in 2019 and moving forward.
No joke. We love you. We got a job to do. I want to thank Kevin and Ruben, guys. Ruben Zamora, Kevin Kleinrock. Thank you for Lucha Expo. God bless you guys.
Well, certainly we all owe a debt of gratitude to Kevin and Ruben for making Expo Lucha a reality. And again, so much bigger in scope than it was a year ago. And I can't wait to see what Expo Lucha looks like in 2020, Conan.
Yeah, Kevin Kleinrock, Ruben Zamora, two guys that love Lucha, that put their heart and soul into it, their finances into it, their reputations into it. Two guys that have given a lot of guys a lot of work, a lot of breaks, and they continue to do so. That's why we're here. That's how we actually met. And so, you know, much props to Kevin and Ruben, man. They're good guys in this game, and that's why I always associate myself with them.
And we are not done yet. Our main event is next.
Thanks for seeing me again.
Yeah, no problem. How many concussions you had?
I think 24.
How are you even walking?
When I started wrestling, I had a mission to become an iconic person in my industry.
Wrestling's your life, I know, I get it. But you gotta stop.
Where am I gonna go?
You get you out now, maybe your daughter has a dad to walk her down the aisle.
Yeah.
Ah, my little one, this is how it's done. You play your part, and I'll play mine.
He's never gonna stop being a wrestler, because that's who he is. But it's just a matter of time until he gets hurt badly, and that's something that I'm not ready for.
Ah, my little one, it'll be just fine. Your bruise will fade, and your bones didn't break.
I just don't know how to do anything else.
Ah, my little one,
This is exactly where I'm supposed to be.
it'll be just fine. Your bruise will fade.
This is home.
I think you should get braids back. They look so mint.
I remember when I first got here in 1989, and I walked into the gym in the Arena, Mexico to try to understand how to become a pro wrestler. To where I am today, to seeing everybody here, I feel very small. I remember when I first got here, the Señor Fantasma, he used to take care of me, make sure on the road that nobody would beat my ass, you know, because I was handsome and stole all the women. It was a tough thing when I first started out. And to be with everybody else that I shared the ring with, Jeff Jarrett, you know, we spent a lot of time together when we were working together in WCW, and I remember he used to say, "Why are you doing all that shit? Why are you flipping and flying?" I said, "Hey man, that's Lucha Libre in Mexico. This is something that only happens in one place. Every other company in the world tries to copy what goes on here, but they can't. They can't because this is a family. It's only in Mexico and in AAA that this happens. And it's a pleasure and an honor to grow up with you, to live with you, to share with you, to bleed, sweat, travel, live, eat, sleep, dream, and to reach our goals. It's the best place to be. I call it my family, and I'm very grateful that you're all here to be a part of our 25th anniversary, because it's just the start. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Everybody, let's do it.
buried on the battlefield.
Introducing first, making their way to the ring from Mexico City, Mexico. They are Penta, El Cero Miedo, and Rey Phoenix.
And certainly so much of what happens in Lucha Libre, it's about family, it's about the kids, it's about being that positive role model that the next generation can look up to. And Penta and Phoenix have really worn that as a badge of honor, representing Lucha Libre all over the world.
Yeah, they're the new ambassadors of Lucha Libre, and where at one time was Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Psychosis, or whoever it may have been, it's them now. And they're among the most solicited wrestlers right now in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, just about every major company, we've seen them pop up in at least once over the past couple of years. Phoenix, the reigning AAA Mega Champion. We saw Triple Mania a couple of weeks ago, called out by Kenny Omega. He wants a one-on-one shot at Phoenix at some point soon in time.
That I can tell you now, that match has been signed.
Tremendous. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see this match as well, because a lot of momentum could be at stake here, and a lot of eyes will be watching this.
And next, making their way to the ring from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, Mr. Aguila, accompanied to the ring by Lita.
Well, it was almost 2 decades ago that Lita traveled to Mexico with barely any money to her name. She had a goal to be a pro wrestler. She had no idea how to do it. When she came down to Mexico and started watching Lucha Libre events live, she had one favorite, Mr. Aguila. Fast forward a couple of years, Lita gets her training, she gets her breaks, she makes her way to the WWF, and who is she paired with for a television debut? Mr. Aguila.
Okay, guys, really quick.
Yeah, beautiful story.
It's little Mikey's birthday. Su cumpleaños, Sapo Verde.
Back in the day.
How old are you turning?
So much so she came down here to train.
Wow.
She's always loved Lucha Libre, like you now see people like Sasha
This
Banks,
is
who I ran
Penta's
into,
smallest,
Bailey.
most youngest
They really love and
fan.
respect Lucha Libre,
Yeah?
of course, whatever
Happy birthday to you.
That's what we've always wanted to do, to make it a global phenomenon.
Absolutely, and as we sing happy birthday to one of the youngsters in the ring, Lita is really one of the ones that broke the mold for female athletes. She took that lucha influence and was really the first one to bring that to WWE television and show the next generation of female athletes how many different ways that a diva at the time could kick ass.
Yeah. The little kid in the Cero Miedo with Pentagon, that's incredible.
And you talk about incredible, that's this machine.
Introducing first.
He's in a league by himself, Brian Cage.
From the 559, they call him Cage.
Impact Wrestling World Champion, defeating Johnny Impact, X Division Champion as well in his day, and certainly a man that completely took Lucha Underground on its ear as well. Anytime Cage is around, the mood changes. We talked about Davey Boy, Cage in that same classification as a guy who brings so much size, and there's really no weakness to his game.
Yeah, you know, just a guy that for you, when you look at him for the first time, you just think, oh, musclehead, he ain't going to do much. And this guy does as much as any lightweight luchador does. Incredible passion to his game. And like I said, another one of the great guys that I love working with.
And absolutely unbreakable in everything that he does, everything that he stands for, and a competitor through and through, representing the United States in this matchup. Notice Aguila's ring gear, a tribute
Not
to
today, Satan.
his former persona, S.C. Rios, in the back. And here's a man who's had a lot of
Making his way to the ring
TJP, as talented
from
as they come.
Los Angeles.
Great guy.
He is TJ.
Another guy who loves Lucha Libre, so he deserves to be here, man.
Absolutely. Another man who started very, very young. I mean, he's still in only his early 30s, but he's coming up on 2 decades in the game. 13 years of age, started working border events and discovering Lucha Libre. Credits the likes of Blue Demon Jr. for captivating him in the Lucha style. Found CMLL, where he studied the likes of Satanico, Ultimo Guerrero, Rey Bucanero.
He wrestled there too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's been all over the world, and TJP has grown into an athlete that's perfected all different styles, but he credits that love of lucha. He credits that training. He credits being broken in by those kind of athletes and being influenced by those athletes for everything he's done since then.
Yeah, and I think he went there with the Havana Pit Bulls to Mexico City. Ricky Reyes and
Rocky Romero.
Rocky Romero, yes. Yeah. My boy Rocky.
He teamed with Rocky Romero as part of the Havana Brothers as well as one of the incarnations of that team.
Yeah. Shouts out to him in New Japan.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh, Jack Evans, Selena Duranta. This is not going to be good. This is
and last but not least, making his way to the ring, accompanied by Selena from Tacoma, Washington, is Jack Evans.
Jack Evans, a AEW signee, a former AAA Tag Team Champion, still resides in Mexico City. Jack Evans is another one of those guys who has really embraced Lucha Libre all to his own.
No,
Evans has so much experience. I believe he's already a 19-year pro, and Evans has such great body control, not just through pro wrestling, but his background breakdancing as well. Jack Evans can move unlike anybody else. Incredibly impressive. Evans, a hard-fought matchup last night as he and Teddy Hart teamed against Penta and Phoenix. There was some fear that Evans may have walked out of that matchup injured. He didn't walk out of that match. He was carried, but thankful to see Evans on his own 2 feet ready to fight here tonight. And Evans getting in the face of one of these youngsters out here. And check this out. Cero Miedo from Mini Pentagon. Jack Evans just got schooled.
I'm sorry, I had La Máscara coming by and he was saying goodbye. So did Jack get served?
Jack got served, absolutely.
Right. Okay. I like that.
And when Jack came out here with Selena De La Renta, you said this is not going to be good. It's not going to be pretty. For those that may not have seen that entourage together before, please explain why they're so dangerous together.
Oh, Selena's just dirty. She's dirty. She's just low down, dirty Puerto Rican. Even though I'm Puerto Rican too. So before we get it, but there's nothing she won't do to get ahead. You know, she loves being a heel. You know, she embraces it, where most women don't. And then Jack, he's just, bro, you know him. He's a natural heel. Absolutely. I mean, he had a video game tournament up here yesterday at the convention, and he was screaming and doing backflips that he beat a guy, and just, you know. Here's my favorite one. I saw Jack sitting on a curb. This was on Twitter.
Whoa, we got a prop here. Brian Cage is uncaged at this point, and I don't know what this fan did to incite Brian Cage, but that may be the last thing he does.
I've never seen Brian Cage mad. He's a calm guy.
Yeah, I've never seen him mad unless it was an opponent. Normally, he's got razor-sharp focus. That machine mentality lends itself to that. But at this point in time...
Well, this guy's being escorted out.
Yeah. I don't know what he said or what he did, and I certainly want to remind fans watching at home, we want your active participation, but please don't cross a line. Please don't put your hands on any of the luchadors. Brian Cage is in a good mood now that he's escorted out, but whatever happened, we'll see if Brian Cage can use that as fuel and motivation for this matchup.
TJP's trying to calm him down. Jack might be trying to rile him up.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one's the better strategy.
Yeah. People are with him.
But very quickly, on the subject of Selena De La Renta, how do you think she's going to fare as a counterpart to Lita at ringside?
Oh, that was the original question there. I don't know, bro. She's out there to make a name for herself, and there's a good chance that she may get in Lita's face. I'll try to show her, she's very brash, very brash.
Let's see what happens.
I think she's gonna let her presence be known before the match is over.
Can we start? Can we start the match, please? Thank you.
I think we're waiting for a bell. Pentagon, El Celo Miedo, and TJ Perkins. TJ is one of those athletes that is fearless in his own right. The very first WWE Cruiserweight champion under its current incarnation. He won the Cruiserweight Classic, and that encapsulated the best cruiserweights throughout the entire world a few years back. TJP survived them all, so we know TJP can not just survive, but thrive with all different styles.
Uh-oh, she's getting a Cero Miedo for sure. Taking off the glove first. Will be thrown to the referee.
Perfect catch.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
And TJP, he stood there and took it like a man. He wasn't ready to back down. And TJP gave it right back to him with a dab on top. Now that's confidence, that's swagger.
Wait a minute, Jack just came in. Uh-oh, he's going to break dance.
Yeah, Jack's going to rewrite the rules. It's can you top this here at the main event of Expo Lucha.
He got kicked in the back. Oh my God, this just jump started.
Penta wins the dance off a cage, just barreling through anybody that gets in his way.
Wow, Aguila, this may be the first time Aguila's met the fucking machine. Can I say that, or I just did it?
Vampiro said about 27 F-bombs in every match, so you think we're fine. We've broken every rule and standard so far. Why stop now? It's Expo Lucha. Anything can happen. And Cage and Aguila.
I didn't want you to have to edit too much.
Well, unfortunately.
Too late, right?
Yeah, that's Climax's problem.
Yeah.
I'll be at home in Pittsburgh. Aguila in a bad way right now thanks to Cage. And brawl continues on the outside of TJP and Penta. It's Jack Evans looking for Phoenix at this point. Jack Evans has some swagger in his step.
And the guy that, has been like the last 10 years in Mexico doing Lucha Libre.
He just stepped on the head of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was talking about it during the entrance. Evans is somebody like TJP who really adapted and adopted the Lucha Libre style and has made it his own, made it a home base for him.
Yeah, Jack and TJP, both of them. Brian Cage, all three of them have been influenced by Lucha Libre.
Is TJP going for the mask of Penta?
Wow, that would be weird. They don't even have a rivalry to speak of. Is he starting one now?
Maybe trying to get noticed. TJP's done some big things in Impact Wrestling. He'll be overseas. The J Cup and New Japan coming up. TJP, his stock continues to rise. Maybe trying to write a ticket for a AAA main event coming up. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, we've spoken about talking together. As long as he's with New Japan, I don't think that's going to happen. But we have already talked.
Well, TJ's certainly in high demand all over the world. He's highly scouted, really in the best shape I've ever seen him in. I think physically, mentally. TJP, we talked about the Lucha influence. He actually has a Blue Demon tattoo on one of his arms to commemorate that influence. And Jack Evans, a couple of flips for good measure. I don't think TJ completely understands the flipping style of Jack Evans, but they're working together on the double team. They made it work.
Is there problems between them?
No, I think TJ's just trying to understand. I think TJ realized he couldn't match the multiple revolution of the flip, so he just got himself in position the traditional way. And now the blood rushing to the brain of Aguila. And making him think about it, these fans counting along. And we could be here. Look at TJP skipping. Oh, Oh, man.
They're out there having a good time.
Unless you're Aguila, who almost got pinned. Phoenix wouldn't have gotten in there on time. Aguila, his very first night with Lita in the World Wrestling Federation, he defeated Dwayne Gilbert for the light heavyweight championship. Gil was the longest reigning light heavyweight champion in company history. We'll see if he can replicate that same success tonight, but pretty far from it at this point. And notice TJ's trying to teach Jack now some technical wrestling, and now Jack's out of his element like TJ was a minute ago. That's how Jack understands the surfboard.
Right.
TJ trying to show you how it's done, and they got where they needed to go. Different strokes, different backgrounds, but they're making it work. And Brian Cage, I don't know if he knows what to make of this.
I have a feeling TJP and Jack were in the Indies together back in the day.
I think that would make sense. Absolutely. TJP from California. I think at one point Evans basing his career out of Washington. Certainly Evans was part of Ring of Honor at one point as TJP was coming up as both himself as well as Puma. There's really not many places that these athletes haven't been, including the likes of Wrestling Society X and Impact and Ring of Honor.
Right.
They've really been journeymen the entire way. And Penta sent into his brother. Phoenix bails him out. A thrust kick to Brian Cage. Penta takes TJP down. And Aguila getting in the mix.
This is really cool, man, to watch the Lucha Brothers and Cage, Aguila, who used to be in WWE as Rios.
Yeah.
Just the different mixes of talent in the same match, and everybody just trying to do the same thing, entertain.
And a triple saddle miedo. And a triple dive, no. Penta connected with TJP, but Evans and Cage had moved out of harm's way, and Phoenix and S.A. Rios, Mr. Aguila giving chase. And the brawl continues on the floor, trying to knot up the thigh muscle of TJP as Penta. And Selena and Lita just running for cover.
Phoenix and Brian Cage, old friends, because they basically blew up in the same place, Lucha Underground.
Absolutely.
That did Pentagon.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we've talked this weekend about a Lucha Underground Mount Rushmore. If you're gonna rank those breakout stars, certainly there's a lot on that list you can consider. Yours? Well, I mean, I think you got to consider Brian Cage. You got to consider Penta and Phoenix. And I mean, how do you decide between Drago and Aerostar? You got to give them credit as well.
Right.
Aguila now, also known as Papi Chulo once upon a time in the WWE.
This is who my Rushmore would be, right? Even though the other stars were made from there.
What triple pin here could do it? Near fall. Who would your Mount Rushmore be?
Yeah, Pentagon, Phoenix, Brian Cage, and I would even maybe say, even though he hasn't done anything since then, but he was such a big part of the show. What was the manager's name?
The manager?
Or the guy, the general manager?
Dario Cueto.
Yeah, Cueto.
Yes. And with Selena getting involved, speaking of managers.
Uh-oh.
And Lita saw that. And blocking the slap. And Selena gets one of her own. You do not want to mess with Lita.
Lita's back.
Yeah,
people love her.
As tough as they come. She credits Ricky Santana, Miguel Perez, Kevin Quinn with her Lucha start. And great to see her come full circle. TJ with a detonation kick. Takes out Pentagon. And Jack Evans, the exclamation point. Space flying tiger drop. Lucha Brothers neutralized. It is Aguila, center of the ring. Brian Cage, look out, F5. This could do it. TJ counts along. No, near fall.
Almost.
And Jack Evans, icing on the cake.
Oh,
got tripped up. Lita paying dividends again.
Pentagon taking advantage of that.
Yeah, TJP gets dropped. Brian Cage is dazed. Phoenix, not sure if he got all that spin kick, but he dazed. Brian Cage and Evans gets dropped. All gonna spike him. We saw Evans meet this fate a night ago. And deja vu comes to the forefront. Lucha Brothers pin Jack Evans, win the trios match.
Wow, great match.
Penta, Phoenix,
And here are your winners. Penta El Cero Miedo.
Great match. Great to see Lita.
Phoenix.
Great to see Selena.
And Mr.
You know, somebody new to this business. She's been in
by
3, maybe
Lita.
4 years at the most, and really made a buzz for herself, especially in MLW. Great to see, you know, Mr. Aguila Cerrillo's back with Lita.
It has been over 19 years since Mr. Aguila and Lita stood side by side. You got to go back to the spring of 2000 and their rivalry with China and Eddie Guerrero.
Right.
And we come full circle with Lita and Aguila back together with the two men that embody modern Lucha Libre more than anyone else. What a great representation for our genre, for our brand, and for Expo Lucha.